Oh, okay. In my dreams, right? Welcome to the August 7th, 2019 Planning Commission meeting. This is my inaugural flight as chair, and it's probably the first time you've ever had a chair with blue hair. So, roll call. Where is everybody? We're missing Jim. Okay, well, we'll do the roll call without him. Commissioner Landris, would you lead the Pledge of Allegiance? Not roll call. Is it roll call?
No,
Pledge
Pledge
of
of Allegiance
Allegiance.
first.
Yes, if you can remember it. I've got my cheat sheet. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Fresco? Here. Commissioner Landris?
Here.
Commissioner McKinnon? Yes, Chair Lambert?
Here.
And
Jim is coming in.
Commissioner Reese.
Have we sworn in Nina?
No?
Then we should do that, so she's official. Who does it?
Me. You can do it any way you want, Nina. If you'll repeat after me. I, Nina Fresco,
I, Nina Fresco,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm
or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of California,
the Constitution of the State of California,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of the Planning Commission.
the duties of the Planning Commission.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Planning Director's report, please.
Good evening, Commission. At your next meeting on April 21st, we have an appeal of a fence wall hedge modification at 211 11th Street. We have a map at 930 15th and a map and major modification at 2501 2nd Street. And then that evening, we also have a development review permit and map for a mixed-use project at 2906 Santa Monica Boulevard. On September 4th, we have a map extension at 1121 22nd Street, a variance at 156 Fraser Avenue, and then a development review permit for a mixed-use project at 601 Colorado. And then also that evening, we're going to bring you the Pico Wellbeing, Pico Boulevard zoning changes. On September 18th, we have another fence wall hedge modification appeal at 2020 San Vicente, and then a alcohol CUP at 530 2nd Street. And then upcoming at City Council, there is a landmarks appeal at 808 Wood Acres on August 13th. I also wanted to mention, in response to Commissioner McKinnon's question about mobility update, I've talked to Francie Stephan, our mobility manager, about when we can bring a report to the commission, and we'd like to schedule that towards the end of the year, probably the first meeting in December. And the reason we want to put it off a little bit is just because we have an annual report on the GoSamo TMO that will be ready for you then. We also will, at that point, have first quarter performance metrics from our SAMOSTAT process. And then as well, we are going to City Council on October 15th with a study session on the shared mobility program. And so we'd be able to combine all of that together and give you a full report of all that's going on, again, towards the end of the year. So you're welcome. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Are there any Planning Commission announcements? I actually have one thing I want to say. There's several, at least one Planning Commissioner has to leave early tonight. Are there two? Nina, do you have to be out?
It would be great not to go till 2 a.m.
Well, that, for many reasons. Commissioner Reese has to leave at 10, so hopefully we will get through 8B expeditiously. which is the R1 stuff. Any other announcements?
Well, I only want to say that this is will not be a theme. This is a very unique situation where I have to do this, so I apologize in advance, but I'm hoping in 4 hours we can get through 2 items.
That would be good.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll see what I can do. I can turn off mics up here. Yeah. Approval of the minutes. Would anyone like to make a motion or corrections?
So, if I may, I sent some corrections that I believe were incorporated into the version that's in front of us. Is that right, Kyle? Yes, thank you. So, I will move them as corrected.
Is there a second?
But Commissioner Fresco might have additions.
I was absent.
Or you weren't there that day? Okay.
In fact, there are only 2 people in this
I
commission who are there that
second
night.
it then.
Okay.
Is that roll call? A voice vote, please.
Even better.
Do you have enough people here who were there to approve the minutes? Because if
Okay,
you don't,
there's-
then you can't.
We can't do it?
No.
Okay,
I actually don't think on this commission there are enough people who were present that night, no.
No.
So they're never
Oh.
approved, right?
Well, no, I
I
mean,
don't even think
no,
we
we
have
don't,
that.
because we only have, there are only 3 people currently serving who were present that night.
Yeah.
I did listen to the entire meeting.
Oh, okay.
Does that count?
That counts.
Yeah.
Oh, I read
That
about it
counts.
in the newspaper.
Okay, well,
too,
that's
so-
3. I thought I read somewhere that if you have a hard time, if you can't meet a quorum requirement, that you can actually take a vote otherwise in order not to take no action at all. Is that true?
No,
No, they have 4 though.
Or did I dream that?
yeah.
In a
Yeah, 'cause
perfect
Nina
world,
was-
that would be
think,
how.
I think we can take a voice vote, and if somebody objects, then we can go down this rabbit hole, but I think on a voice vote, if there's no objection,
It's a
there
roll
should,
call vote,
it's, I thought it was a voice vote.
not the minutes.
So, the necessity issue you're speaking of would be if there were no longer enough commissioners on the commission, perhaps, but this would simply be a situation where when Chair Fonda-Bernardi returns, that you would actually have enough
Okay.
people to review.
let's
So
do
we'd
it.
recommend continuing until he returns.
Okay, that sounds good. There are no statements of official action, so we are now on item 8, which is public hearings. The first item is 8A, 918 Fifth Street, vesting tentative track map and major modification. Could we have the staff report, please?
Just before we do that, Chair, I was advised by the city attorney to recuse myself a couple of weeks ago because of the proximity. I live within 518 feet of the project. However, the city attorney who works with this commission has advised me this evening that that is not strictly necessary because I'm a renter, and it would only be necessary if the property is likely to affect the rental values. That is so unlikely given the rent we pay. So I will sit here and hear this evening.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Pastor has joined us. Okay.
Ex parte communications.
Pardon?
Ex parte communications.
I can't hear.
Ex parte communications.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have one.
Yes.
I spoke on the phone this morning at 11 o'clock to Howard Lax, asking for information on unit sizes and discussing floor area on this
Commissioner
project.
Landers? The only ex parte issue I have is years ago I was involved in change, and so was Nina, amending the zoning code to allow for a height boost for properties that have historic resources on them.
If you're going to go down that road, I was actually on the Landmarks Commission when this tree was designated.
No, I was, and I took your place when it actually went into the code.
No, when the tree was
Oh, the
designated
tr-
as a
okay,
landmark.
I'm sorry. Off to a great start.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was on the commission when I'm pretty sure this project passed before us, and then with that, I ran into Howard Lax as I was walking in, and I asked him, isn't this project already been before the commission? So that's my ex parte. He said it was there as a float up previously. Yeah, and that was my only
Okay, we will go on now with the staff report.
Great. Thank you, Commission. Good evening. Steve Mizukami from City Planning. So the next item on the agenda is a request for a vesting tentative map and major modifications to allow a 3-unit residential condo project. And this is in conjunction with the preservation and of the existing deodar cedar tree that is located on site, which is a designated city landmark. And the property is located at 918 Fifth Street. The site is located mid-block on Fifth Street between Idaho and Washington Avenues and consists of approximately 7,500 square feet in area. It's located in the R2 residential district. The area consists of 2- and 3-story multi-unit buildings with varied building heights. The cedar tree was designated as a city landmark back in 2002 and its parcel designated in 2015. The tree was designated as a unique specimen symbolizing early Santa Monica history in which new species of grand trees were planted. Also for its aesthetic value as a tree remaining in its natural unpruned state. And given its size and height, has remained as a familiar visual feature in the neighborhood. Now the landmark tree is 60 feet in height with a trunk width of approximately 5 feet, an average crown spread up to 37 feet, and is located within the front half of the subject property. The site is currently developed with a residence and a garage at the rear of the site that will be removed as a part of the project and is also found to have no historic significance. So the project includes the retention and preservation of the existing landmark cedar and the construction of a new 3-unit, 3-story residential building. A vesting tentative parcel map is proposed to create 3 market rate condominium units above a subterranean garage containing 6 parking spaces. And the project will satisfy the city's affordable housing obligation by providing payment of an affordable housing fee as an option for projects with 3 or fewer residential units. The proposed building is modern and contemporary in style and would be 3 stories, not to exceed 36 feet in height, and consists of approximately 7,900 square feet. The building would be located outside of the 10-foot tree protection zone. The first and second floors are comprised of 2 3-bedroom units designed in a townhome configuration, with 1 3-bedroom unit occupying the entire 3rd floor. The building would be clad in white-colored stucco and natural cedar wood siding. A front-facing combination elevator and stairwell provides access to the 3rd floor unit with an elevator enclosure extending 9 feet 6 inches above the roof line to provide access to that rooftop deck. The subterranean garage extends into both side yards and consists again of the 6 parking spaces, which is accessible from the rear alley. Private open space is provided along the side yard, as well as roof terraces and balconies. And new landscaping is proposed throughout the site outside of the tree's drip line. In preserving the cedar in its current state and setting, and to also facilitate the new construction, the applicant proposes the following major modifications. An increase of the maximum building height for the district from 30 feet to 36 feet to allow a 3rd story, whereas only 2 stories are permitted in the district. Allow for a 3rd story parcel coverage. Modify the access requirements for private open space to the rear unit only, and also to allow excavation along both side yards, whereas a 4-foot wide unexcavated side yard is required along at least one of the side yards for the project. According to the landmark designation, no construction is allowed within the drip line of the tree or within the additional 10-foot tree protection zone shaped around the perimeter of the drip line. The tree protection zone reduces the amount of buildable area on the property allowed by the underlying R2 development standards. Due to this protection zone, the building is limited in its placement and is therefore proposed at least 53 to 56 feet from the sidewalk. The third floor is designed with upper level step backs and a considerable amount of glazing surface that it reduces the overall massing at the upper level. As designed and based on the building's location behind the cedar tree, the size of the building would appear consistent with the scale of the buildings within the general neighborhood. Also, due to the site constraints, the proposed modifications to the access to the private open space as well as the unexcavated yard areas are warranted in that the amount of private open space for that rear unit would be code compliant, and the subterranean garage would be fully functional by extending into both side yards. Additionally, the zoning and landmarks ordinance provides for flexibility in development standards for landmark parcels, particularly since the proposed modifications do not result in any significant impacts to the neighborhood character. And the proposed modifications as applied to this project are consistent with the intent of the preservation incentives offered by the landmarks program. So the framework for evaluating the project includes studying whether the project would impact the health of the tree. This impact analysis included arborist reports and evaluations of the current health of the tree, the extent of the tree's root system, the general topography of the property, and the location of the proposed construction. The project is proposed beyond the tree's 10-foot tree protection zone, which was established at the time of the landmarks designation. This was to help protect the safety of the tree. The city's historic preservation consultant, Environmental Science Associates, or ESA, has reviewed the proposed project and concludes that the project is consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards in that the proposed building in its location will not impact the health of the tree, and as designed would appear to be subservient to the cedar, thereby preserving the tree's historic spatial relationship that it has with Fifth Street. Consistent with the landmarks designation requirements, the city arborist has also reviewed the proposed plans and also the arborist reports, is supportive of the project, and does not have any concerns with the building in its proposed configuration. On October 8th, 2018, the Landmarks Commission held a preliminary discussion on the proposed project and provided general support and expressed the importance of ensuring the overall health and safety of the tree. Commissioners commented that the building appears to be sensitive to the cedar tree, and its placement will serve to enhance the historic resource. And due to the variation of building heights in the neighborhood, the proposed building would be compatible as proposed at 3 stories. Subsequent to the landmarks concept review, the applicant continued to improve the project's compatibility with the tree and simplified the building's building's front elevation by reducing overall massing at the 3rd floor level. And accordingly, the building is now subordinate to the tree and is consistent with the standards. Findings for recommendation: the essential form and integrity of the historic tree and its environment would be unimpaired by the proposed 3-story building. After completion, the tree would greatly enhance and continue to convey the historic significance as a landmark. As proposed, the scope of work qualifies for CEQA exemption under Class 31 and is also exempt pursuant to Class 3 for projects that are not exceeding 6 dwelling units. Also, the project is consistent with the LUCE, which encourages the retention of historic resources that characterize the city's heritage, and the project would ensure that the tree in its current setting and placement on the property would continue to convey the early Santa Monica history as a familiar visual feature in the neighborhood. For these reasons, staff recommends approval of the proposed vesting tentative parcel map, as well as the major modifications based on the findings and the conditions in the staff report. That concludes the staff report, and we are available for any questions.
Okay, the applicant obviously is here. Shall we hear from the applicant first? Okay. They get 15 minutes, correct? The applicant is Nicole Mazerat. If you would like to, actually it's the applicant's team, so if there's more than one of you, you have a total of 15 minutes. And please identify yourself by name. What? They have 3 minutes to rebut, but they're not there yet. Are we ready?
Okay, I think we're ready. Okay,
Could you identify yourself, please?
sure. Howard Lax, I'm the architect for 918 Fifth Street, Santa Monica. And members of the commission, Vice Chair Lambert, thanks for having us come a little earlier before the R1 hearing tonight. We'll try to move this pretty quickly. Tonight, I have with us our project arborist, Greg Monfett. We have our landscape architect, Kristen Fritz. We have our historic preservation architect, Robert Chattel. And we also have our subdivision engineer. If you have any questions regarding the subdivision map, that's JJ Valjet. So we're all here if you have any questions. Okay.
It's big.
Okay.
It's me, sorry.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the next slide. Okay. Just to get you familiar with the site, on Fifth Street, the landmark tree is approximately 60 feet tall, and it takes up a little bit more than about 1/3 of the site. This is Fifth Street. This is the back alley. This is the buildable area after we X out the 55 feet from the front property line to the back of the tree protection zone. That area, based upon the urban forester and our project arborist, cannot be used in the construction. Next. Okay. A little bit of background project activity. On 12/2/2002, the cedar tree was designated as a city landmark by the Landmarks Commission. 2015, in August, the Landmark Commission designated the actual site as a landmark parcel. In 2016, the city urban forester reviewed and approved exploratory trenching at the project site, which Greg will talk more about in a few minutes. On September 16, we met with the urban forester after discussing having a few meetings with him. I reviewed the plans to make sure that we do not impact the health of the landmark tree. On 10/17, we had a community meeting, which about 8 people showed up to the community meeting. On 11/17, we filed our certificate of appropriateness application, and then on 10/18, we had, as staff said, our Landmark Commission preliminary review float up. Next. This first slide shows our legal survey, Fifth Street, the back alley. This red dashed line represents the trenching as required by the City of Santa Monica Public Landscape Division to identify the root structure of the landmark tree. Here's some images of the trenching. Most of the root structure that was found was no greater than about 1.5 inches, maybe maximum 2 inches in diameter at that location that I just showed you on the map. Okay. After spending some time with Matthew Wells, he did send us a letter saying that the Public Landscape Division sees no issue in the proposed design proceeding as it takes account of the need to carefully preserve the landmark tree, is therefore supportive of the design. I worked with him closely to keep compressing the design and the building footprint so we would not impact the tree. This is the first floor showing Unit 1 townhouse and Unit 2 townhouse behind the tree protective zone. Next. Second floor of the 2-story townhouse, again, nothing exceeds beyond the tree protection zone, which is 10 feet out from the drip line. Next. Okay. As staff mentioned, we're asking for some relief in the interest of preserving the landmark tree, which is first of hopefully many projects to encourage preservation in the city of Santa Monica. In this case, it's a tree. We're asking for 36 feet, which is 6 feet higher from the 30-foot maximum allowed height in the R2 district, and a third floor. Next. Oh, let's go back for a second. I'm so sorry. Unit 1, so you have an idea of the unit size. This is floor area. It's about 2,000 square feet. Unit 2 is about 1,900 square feet. Unit 3, 1,900 square feet. And we have a roof terrace, which is for the third floor unit, which is about 500 square feet. Next. Request preservation modifications per section major modifications 9.43. Provisions of unexcavated side yard, that is so I can get full compliant parking in the underground parking garage. This has been reviewed by Mobility and they support the design. Maximum number of stories in the R2 is 2, we're asking for 3. Parcel height, 30 feet, we're asking for 36 feet. Parcel coverage, we're asking for an additional 1,500 square feet of parcel coverage, so we can get 3 full viable units on the site. And then, of course, the last one, accessibility of private outdoor living area. Typically, outdoor living area is accessible from the living room of a unit. We, because of the tightness of the site, after we lose a third of the site due to the landmark tree, we have to put that accessibility on the second floor off the master bedroom to the outdoor private space. Next. Request modification number 1, on excavated both sides. In order to get my 6 parking spaces in the underground parking garage, here's my ramp, here's my 3 spaces and 3 spaces. I had to push the underground parking garage to the west in order not to impact the roots of the tree. And you can see that we were able to make it work with the 6 spaces and then the stairs that take you up to the individual units. We do have there's 2 stairs that's required out of the underground parking garage. Here's one, and here's the other one. Again, this one here was pushed back to make sure it does not impact the tree protection zone. Next. Redistribution of floor area. Due to the landmark tree, we're losing an estimated about 2,000 square feet of floor area due to the loss of the tree, and then we're asking to take it and put it on the 3rd floor. So that way we can get 3, again, viable units. So the yellow is about 2,000 square feet of the 1st floor. The blue is about 2,000 square feet of the 2nd floor. And then we're adding the 3rd floor just short of 2,000 square feet. So what we lose due to the landmark tree and the preservation of the tree, we're asking for relief to add a 3rd floor to this project. Mm-hmm. Modification number 2, adding the 3rd floor. Hard to see here, but this line right here is about 30 feet right here. We're asking for 6 more feet so we can get a viable 3rd floor. It's still a lot lower than the 60-foot tree, and again, it's set back from the parcel, from the tree protection zone. Next. Request number 3, the added 6 feet. So we can get the 3rd floor to work. Next. Request number 4, added parcel coverage. We're adding the parcel coverage in the blue area, which is the 3rd floor unit. Next. This shows a diagram showing that on the 1st floor, our maximum allowable parcel coverage, which typically would be 45%, we're only at 38%. So we're under the maximum parcel coverage by about 509 square feet. On the 2nd floor, we can go 90% of the 1st floor in terms of parcel coverage. We're at 83%. So we're under an additional 244 square feet. So I would like, my request is to apply the loss of the 509, apply the loss of the 244. That's 753 square feet. That's not large enough to even get a 3rd viable unit. So my request is an additional parcel coverage of 1,500 square feet. That's taking us up to a 3-unit condominium with about 2,000 square feet each. We are adding a roof terrace in the blue area, which is 521 square feet. You get access to the terrace from a convenience elevator, which is 5 feet by 5 feet, and a staircase that takes you to the 3rd unit below. Next. Final request is number 5, private open space accessed from 2nd floor master bedroom. This green area is on the 2nd floor. This is where we found our 60 square feet, which is required for private open space for each individual unit. There was some concern originally about the impact of the tree aesthetically to the building. This shows you the relationship of the building with the landmark tree. The building set back approximately 53 feet from the property line. Next. The concept also is that we have viable outdoor space between the tree. We created an outdoor balcony or a projection from the staircase so you can go out and almost touch the tree, almost like a tree house, something a little bit of fun to the project, but there's good outdoor space here, which will be public space for the 3 condominiums, common space. Next. You can see an idea that here the tree is 60 feet tall. The height of our building is 36 feet, and then the top of the elevator is up to 43 feet. In terms of relationship to the adjacent structures, we're at 36 feet. The building directly to the south is at 31 feet. Directly to the north is at around 29.5 feet. Next. And then an overall view, here's the site, here's the tree, here's 5th Street, here's 4th Street. We're looking east. The building across the street is 24 feet, and as I work my way north, 36 feet, 36 feet, 24 feet, and 36 feet. Directly to the north on our property is 29, 23, and 36, and 31, and across the alley, we're at 25 feet. A night shot showing the tree, and then the building beyond 53 feet back. And then the next shot shows you a day shot showing, again, the building 53 feet back with the tree in the front. When we did a float up in front of the Landmarks Commission, one of the comments was it's great to have a break in the middle of the block along 5th Street. It's a nice park setting. You don't see the building. It's very nice to have this kind of break in the middle of the block. Okay, and then a view again of the building. And then at this time, I'd like to call Greg up, our project arborist, to talk about the tree.
Good afternoon, commissioners and city representatives. Greg Monfett with Tree Case Management. I'm glad to be here in front of you today. I'm just going to take a short time. I'd rather be more available if you have any questions at the end of it, but I'm going to give you some of my history on this tree and my involvement with the tree. Shortly after it was identified as a landmark tree, I was brought on this tree by the community forester at that time, Mr. Walter Warner, when they're building the structure next door at 914. And I designed construction guidelines and specifications to preserve the tree at that time.
Greg, could you pull your mic up a little bit, please?
Sure. And I designed construction guidelines and specifications to preserve the tree at that time. And I worked through the design, the review, and the construction phase of that project. Then shortly thereafter was brought back on this project initially, and worked towards developing guidelines and specifications for this project. But then shortly thereafter, the tree, some years went by and the tree went into decline, and the community was concerned, so we put some measures together. We did some selective pruning, we mulched it, we put down a soaker hose. We worked with Matt Wells, we met with him and staff out there, and we made sure the weeds were removed within the tree zone, and we brought the tree's health back to the state that it's in today. And periodically we visit the tree, and the root tip elongation is what we look at to see how the tree's growing, and it's growing pretty well today. I mean, it's an old tree, but it's doing well. So we are now working on this project, and we've designed guidelines to help preserve this tree. The the tree, Howard talked about it a little bit. The tree, when we talked about the vertical, the exploratory trenching, can you go to the next stage? Oh, no, yeah. These are the roots. These are the roots up by the stairway, and this set of roots was by the structure. And go back for me. So the larger roots, they're really only about 2 inches diameter. They were out in this zone. And over here, we really didn't find any roots of any substantial size. And again, I just want to point out the green line is the drip line of the tree, not the further outline. That's the 10-foot tree protection zone. As a result, though, like Howard mentioned, we still moved the stairway and everything and some of the parking structure outside of the TPZ. You can go 2 slides. So this here again shows a good top view. That's the tree with its present canopy. The tree protection zone, before construction starts, will be fencing with chain link fence. The tree protection zone with signs on the fencing, which is required by the city of Santa Monica to make sure the tree is preserved.
Thank you. You actually have a 3-minute rebuttal, although there's no public here to speak against or for the project. So should we have him do that after? No, that's them. Questions from the commission? And then you can spend 3 minutes finishing what you're going to say or rebutting what the commission says.
I hope so.
Okay, this is I'm sorry, Commissioner Fresco.
I have an architect question. I'm looking at that model over there. It's kind of hard to, if you don't mind putting it up so everyone can see it. What is the opposite side that's facing the front? The other side. Can you turn it around, please? Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to recruit you for this.
Don't damage the tree now.
How tall is this wall right here?
That wall is, that would be 36 feet plus the parapet height, which is another 3 feet 6 inches. So you can see.
They're almost 40 feet, not quite 40 feet.
Yeah, 36.
39 and a half feet.
That's great. And remember too that parapets are exempt from height.
I know. Thank you.
Commissioner McKinnon.
So my question goes to the tree. So our tree expert. How much longer has that tree got?
You know, it's $1 million question. I mean, I think
it's a multi-million-dollar question actually in this case. That's what we're talking about.
With the right measures taken, it's got some good time. I've stated here back in October, you're looking at 30 plus more years left with that tree. You know, we've redesigned this project to carefully preserve this landmark tree. And if our recommendations are followed with this tree, this construction project will have no impact.
Does it get any taller or bigger?
Excuse me?
Does the tree get taller or bigger?
The tree is actually at an age where it's getting into a term called retrenchment. When trees reach retrenchment, just like we do as humans, unfortunately, they tend to on their own get smaller. Over years, that tree's lost its diameter side of the canopy spread. So you're not going to see the tree necessarily get smaller. You're going to see it not necessarily get shorter either, but it's gonna pull in.
More compact.
Like us.
Is it likely that the tree will suddenly die?
I do not think that that's likely, no.
Mm-hmm. And when eventually that tree is no longer with us, is it viable to plant a whole bunch of other trees in that space?
I think that would be up to the community. I think it's an option to do. I mean, I think that, I mean, that's an interesting question. I would move towards more bringing a big species tree in and trying to replicate what was there, rather than putting a whole bunch of other trees.
I guess my question, it's inelegantly put, is it just that trees survived everything in, despite the earth and the rock formation, and when it goes there won't be another possibility of a tree, or will it always be available to grow trees in that space?
It will always be available.
Great,
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Pastor?
Thank you. One question for the architect. What's the floor to ceiling height on the inside of the units?
We have a section that we're going to pull up so you can see. Okay. So floor to ceiling height is 9 feet 10 inches for the first floor, 9 feet 10 inches for the second floor, and 10 feet 10 inches for the third floor.
Okay, thank you. And question for staff, I guess, or for maybe people on the commission. Was the designation of this tree in?
We don't do that until after he's done.
Okay, so maybe it's for staff.
Okay.
Was the designation of this tree because it was in danger, the lot was being developed by this applicant or by a different applicant?
No, so when the Landmarks Commission had considered whether or not this tree would be reviewed against the evaluation of the criteria. So what was found was, in terms of its overall size and its ability to be maintained in its natural unpruned state, also as a familiar feature in the neighborhood based on its age, which is close to a little bit over 100 years now. So that was the criteria that was evaluated.
But was the impetus for the evaluation based on development of the lot?
I don't recall if it was based on a demolition permit, but either
That's all
way, yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Landris.
So I have, I guess my first question is for both staff and the applicant, and I'm kind of running through the modification requests. If there were no tree, am I correct that you're saying that there would be 6,074 square feet of, that's what would normally be permitted? Am I getting that right, Steve and Mr. Lax?
Do you want to go ahead with
that?
So from properties minus the historic tree
Right.
In the district, so your parcel coverage, you're looking at about 6,400 square feet of parcel coverage.
6,400 square feet of parcel coverage. Okay. And so and maybe now this is for the applicant, I get the underutilization on the first floor and the underutilization on the second floor. And ultimately, if I'm thinking in terms of sort of FAR in a way, you're asking for more height because you have less of the lot to work with. I understand that. Can you walk me through the 1,000? I'm a little bit lost as to where the 1,508 square feet of extra parcel coverage are coming from, because it strikes me that if there were no tree, you'd have 6,400 square feet to work with. So how are we landing on that extra 1,500? What's going into that?
Yeah, okay. So I think we're all pretty clear that we're losing on the first floor.
Right.
509 and the 244.
Yes, that I understand.
So we're at 753.
Okay.
That 753 is not enough floor area to provide me really a third unit. And we're allowed actually to put 4 units on the site. The owner feels comfortable with 3 units. However, one of the requests, the major modifications, is based upon the design and based upon what I feel is compatible to the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I would like to ask an additional 1,500 square feet, so that way I can actually get 2,000 square feet for the third unit. So
And
I need a supplement.
And how much of the 2,000 square feet is the roof deck that you're wanting to use? None of it.
None of it.
So it's the
roof
2,000 square
deck-
feet plus the roof deck.
It doesn't count.
It doesn't count because it's uncovered. Okay.
That's correct.
So if you had, and I'm trying to understand the justification for the modification. If you had the straight up 6,400 square feet to work with, could you put 3 units there?
No,
You couldn't.
no. I could not do that. It would be very small.
Okay. So given the zoning, what's the logic? Since you couldn't put 3 units on the unit if it didn't have the tree. Candidly, what's the argument to put 3 units with the tree?
What's the argument to put 3
Yeah.
units?
Because if there were no tree,
If there's
there'd
no-
be 6,400 square feet available.
Right.
You wouldn't be able to put 3 units in. There'd be an application for a 2-unit, for, a two, maybe a duplex situation on this site. So what's the argument for the 3rd unit?
Well, first of all, the argument is 3 units makes it, number one, a viable project.
Okay.
Okay. 2 units does not make this a viable project. Number 2 is because we're compressing the site, we looked at options how we could possibly get 3 units on the site in terms of accessibility and a front door at the ground floor. I have to get all my doors within the last 2/3 and
Yeah.
stack everything. So
Yeah.
it has a lot to do with the feasibility of 3 units would make this project work. And number 2 is in terms of architectural design, it's hard to get 3 units, especially if you're only allowed 2 floors.
Right. No, that I
Yeah.
understand.
And,
That I completely understand.
And the square footage just doesn't pencil.
Let me just interject something here. When I was on the Landmarks Commission, the Landmarks Commission submitted to the City Council this code revision. The whole purpose of that revision, and it was strongly supported by the Landmarks community, was to provide a development incentive for historic resource properties. It's basically an on-site development transfer with a little bit more added to incentivize designation of historic resources, whether it be a tree or a house or whatever it is. And actually, this is one of the properties that was the motivation behind doing that. So we want to incentivize by allowing more development than R2 would otherwise allow because there's a historic resource on the property. It's an
I
incentive.
see. Okay.
And if I may just
yeah.
add to that, if there was no historic resource, I could definitely get 3 units.
You could get 3 units.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So that's what I was not
I could get
misunderstood.
3 units, yes.
You could get 3
Yeah, because I would
units.
spread them out all the way
Right.
to 20 feet to the front property line.
I understand.
Right now, we have a 53-foot front yard setback.
That was what
Right.
I was trying to understand. So this is how you get to 3 units, because if you didn't have a tree, you could get to 3 units on the lower, with sort of a lower height, but a broader footprint. And here you got to go up, and
Yes.
you need that.
It's a development transfer.
It's a development. I understand that. Yeah, no, that's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
My second, so I have only one other question, which is probably for our city attorney, because I understand these are going to be condos, right? So they're going to be sold. What protections against medium-term rentals will exist with respect to a property such as this? Gotta ask.
The existing law would apply.
Okay.
So regardless of when something is entitled, now, later, in the past, the law still applies. So in terms of home share law, or, obviously, as you're aware, the city council has asked us to look at medium-term housing.
Right.
Housing models will be coming back to you with information on that. So whatever the law is at the time will
Right.
apply to this project.
But on rental projects that we've seen DRPs for, we've done a condition of approval that adds an additional restriction on medium term or corporate housing.
Right.
And I'm asking whether that is applicable in a condo
I would not
situation.
support that.
I think our
understand.
advice to you in those instances was it was not necessary to do that, but the commission chose to include that as a condition.
No, I understand that. But does the nature of the parcel
Yeah.
change
Speak to
our
that.
ability to add that as a condition?
I think it does. It's slightly different. They are not rental properties, and,
Okay.
and also the nature of the entitlements being sought here is simply the subdivision map, and then the major modifications for modified development standards.
I
So-
see.
So they're asking for different entitlements in this instance.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Reese.
Questions for the architect and for the arborist. So for the architect, on the roof, the open space on the roof, remind me again how much space is there, and and then also my sense is that served by a staircase and a elevator and open to all folks. So square footage and what exactly is planned?
The square footage for the roof terrace is about 521 square feet. The access to the roof is this staircase, which takes you directly down to the unit below, because it is the open space for the unit directly below. and then there's a convenience elevator. That convenience elevator only communicates with the parking garage, the ground floor entrance to the third floor, and then it goes directly up to the third floor unit, to the flat. Because the third floor is a flat, and then it continues up to the roof terrace.
Yeah, so, but through the staircase maybe. So the other two units have access through the staircase to this?
No, they
This
have
is-
their own entrance at the ground floor.
To the roof?
No, they don't have access to the roof. That's only for the third floor.
Okay, that's what I guess I was trying to get at.
Yeah,
Was this
it's
open
only
to-
for the third floor.
Okay, and I apologize because it was the first thing you said and it was the first question I asked. Tell me the square footage again?
Yeah, it's 521 square feet.
And on the top of the screen right now, there look like planters that are lining the side there.
Yes, there are planters on the north, on the west, on the south, and then we have our photovoltaic panels that are set in this area, and then we have our condenser units that are screened.
Okay. So my concern when I see these roof decks is the privacy issues for neighbors next to it. So I really appreciate the planters as they are there because I as designed they look 2, 3, 4, 3 feet deep. Is that about right? So they're going to
Planters,
keep
yes.
people from. But there's still that little portion where you have the stair come up. Is there?
Right here?
Yes. No. Above there. Yes, right there.
Yeah, the reason why that planter is there is because it's set back so I can get access to the stair.
Yeah, I know. I see that. That's that kind of defeats a little bit of the purpose of trying to those protections. And I assume you've looked at this and there's no other solution to bringing up that stair, that landing, so that we don't. So there's. Let me state it another way. I would really like to see that planter extended, and I see the problem right now that would go into your staircase. But is there any design solution that you
It's something that I can look at if this is what you'd like me to view. But we did look at taking that all the way to the top riser, but it's difficult to get access to the stair.
Okay, that's just a concern for me with any roof deck, not just this one. I like to try to screen that. Let me see what my other. So, and then I guess this is for the arborist. The tree that's there, the sycamore that I think as I read the report is from the Himalayas.
The deodar. The deodar, I think he said sycamore, but
Okay, I'm
maybe I
sorry.
heard you wrong.
The cedar, I guess.
Right.
Sorry. It's a non-native tree, so I'm curious how it's interacting with our water issues right now. Is it getting water on its own through its roots, or through your remediation? Is there some groundwater happening there?
Historically, it's been on its own, and we actually have soaker hoses under the mulch. The ground is mulched, and before we set the mulch down, we lay down soaker hoses on a manifold, and it's set from a timer from the house. And so we are supplementing the watering because the tree was starting to turn on us in the wrong direction. We're providing some supplemental water because we went through maybe 5 years of drought. And that put, not just that tree, but most pine trees in the city through shock. Not that that's a pine, but that's what the drought did.
Okay, thank you. Those are my
Commissioner McKinnon.
Back to the architect, Mr. Lax. A couple of times in response to the questions of Commissioner Landis, you said, I need the size of this, I need the height. What did you mean you need?
Well,
you mean the feasibility of this project depends on certain size and height. Right. So my calculation is that the project value is about $7 to $8 million. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes. I would say we don't have estimates yet, but based upon the size of the unit and what we've done in the past, it's going to come in probably between $6 to $7 million.
Well, size of the unit, comparable square footage values of properties in those areas.
Yes.
Yeah. So are you saying that you need over 2,000 square feet, or roughly 2,000 square feet in each of these condos, plus the height, otherwise you can't get the value?
That's what I have, based upon my experience, that's correct. That it's difficult to get the value based upon construction costs nowadays. We have to create at least a 3-bedroom unit, so it's family oriented. Number 2 is it has to be large enough with high enough ceilings that will attract a buyer for this type of project in this type of area. And if I were to reduce the size of the units, it would be more difficult, and that's what I say by need. This is what I based my calculations on, that a 2,000 or so square foot unit with 9-foot ceilings with 3 bedrooms should pencil out based upon the current market rate of construction.
I see. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Landris.
So I'm just going to follow Commissioner McKinnon there if I can. I understand that the first 2 units, the ground floor unit, the second floor unit, those have 9, following Commissioner Paster's questions, they have 9-foot ceilings. You're going for, on the third unit, which is essentially the unit that's being granted additionally, you're going for nearly 11 feet on the ceilings plus a roof deck. So what I hear you saying is really this is where the added value is coming in to enable the project to pencil. That's what I'm hearing you say. But you're also asking for a height modification. So if hypothetically, I just want to understand this, and I understand the incentive, so I'm just trying to get to a place where we have some comfort with the modifications. If you only had a 9-foot ceiling, if you had the same ceiling height as on the other units, what would that mean? If you didn't have the roof, if you had the 10-foot, the high ceilings but no roof deck, what would that mean for you?
Okay. Ultimately, when the project is done and when I ultimately go into the construction documents, which includes engineering, we anticipate that the actual floor structure is going to be probably truss joists, which are about 12 inches or 14 inches. And the code's going to be changing next year, which is going to get worse. Okay. Also, mechanical and electrical and plumbing. About 6 years ago, some of the planning commissioners do remember 1012 2nd Street and the landmarks commissioners, where it was appealed because of the height. And it went to city council, and the appellant wanted to try to push the floor-to-floor heights down. And I'll share with you the same thing I said during that city council meeting, that by the time we add mechanical, by the time we add the structure, I will end up with 9-foot ceilings. And even then, it was difficult during construction to get all of our mechanical runs to work through the structure, and also to create lightweight concrete for sound. So the floor assemblies start to grow dramatically. Ultimately, I will end up with 9-foot ceilings. The top floor is a little bit more because I have a lot of plumbing and drains for the roof system up there. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. You still get rebuttal even though they...
Well, can I ask one more question just to follow
Yes,
up on
yes.
that? Just to hone in on that a little bit more, Mr. Lax, when you go from the second floor to the third floor, what kind of a construction cost delta do you see? I know there's significant ones when you go over 75 feet, but from two floors to 3 floors, are you seeing a delta there from construction costs?
Not really, no. No, I think anywhere from 1 to 4 stories, 5 stories, there's not going to be a difference so much in cost. There won't be a delta change.
Thank you.
Okay. The public hearing is closed, unless you have more questions of staff. I have a question of staff, actually the city attorney and Jing and David. What is our purview in a situation like this? This is not a development review permit. So, I mean, how much latitude do we have over the massing, the scale, what have you? I understand that height is an issue, but I mean, how much more constricted, if at all, is this than a development review permit?
Well, so you have 2 permits before you. One is the vesting map, right? And the map, there's a particular set of findings with that. I think what you're really asking about is the major modifications, which of course
Yes.
you still have discretion
Yes.
over. And, you have, the commission has the full discretion to grant some, all,
Right.
some modified version of that. So, the modifications I think are really where
Okay.
the greatest part of your decision making lies.
And it's been my experience on this commission and the Landmarks Commission that economics are really not a factor. It's not our job to anticipate the condominium market in Santa Monica.
No, your
Whether
decision
an
should be-
11-foot ceiling or a 9-foot ceiling, which is more marketable, I have no knowledge, nor I suspect does anyone else up here. So So economics, in my experience, do not play into what we're talking about.
Your decision should be based on your ability to make the findings required for the permit.
Exactly. Okay, thank you. All right, it's open for discussion. Commissioner Fresco.
I also have a question for staff. Given the extra height, let me just ask the question and then in discussion, I'll explain all why. I know that parapets and roof decks are allowed and they don't count towards floor area or anything. However, because it is additional height on this building and it's already, and we're giving it a discretionary amount of extra height, is there a way we can ask that there not be a roof deck on this particular project, or is that out of our purview because they're allowed on roofs?
I don't think you could say that you can't have a roof deck, because the height, the major modification is for the building height, and we do have permitted projections in the code above building height. So, if you're concerned about the height of the building itself, that is, the decision point for you. But to say you couldn't have a roof deck or some projection that the code does allow, that doesn't seem to be within the purview.
That's what I was afraid you were going to say.
I just want to point out that, and we all know this, that we have an extremely long discussion ahead of us in 8B. So if there's any way we can kind of be concise
Right.
and maybe go one by one as to what we'd like to see on this project. Nina?
Okay, well then I will say that basically, I want to do everything I can to make a landmark as viable as possible and make people be happy they have a landmark. But one of our responsibilities with this is to make sure that it's still compatible not only with the landmark tree but with the neighborhood. And this is an R2 neighborhood, and so having that roof deck 500 square feet feels like, with an elevator, feels a lot like a fourth floor for the neighborhood. So I have concern about compatibility, but I'm not sure what exactly we can do about it. And it doesn't sound like there's a hell of a lot, except maybe to ask the applicant if that convenient elevator cannot be at all. That might, it's not, it's a convenience elevator.
Could I just ask, what are the adjacent buildings? What are their heights?
29 and 31, I think he
So
said.
they're roughly comparable to what we're talking about here.
No, this is going to be
This is 36,
36.
Okay, never mind. We got the answer. Commissioner Landris?
In the spirit, I will say what Commissioner Fresco said, because I agree. I'm just having a hard time with the additional height on the third floor, and the roof deck, and I'm trying to I understand the need for the third unit. I want to get to the third unit, but I do want to respect the zoning code and that question of consistency in R2, and I'm struggling as well.
Okay, I'm just going to add one thing because that's what I do.
And
This
then I can-
project, I'm sorry people are upset about the height. This project is exactly what the Landmarks Commission had in mind when
Right.
they went forward with
I know.
the code. So
And-
it's unfortunate we don't like the height. This transfer of development rights for a historic property is exactly the kind of project the
Right.
Landmarks Commission was looking for.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I know. I'm not against adding the third floor. My problem is the parapet. So what I would like to propose is, can we condition a better setback of the parapet so it's not at least, I don't even know how it's going to help. I mean, the tenant.
So we can do that. I think the architect will accept that. How far setback would be?
Can we switch it with the solar panels?
Might have the alley.
He
Mr.
can't get
Lex,
it
why don't
back
you
up
come
there.
forward?
Can you please come up and tell us what you can do for us?
Opening the public hearing so we can talk to him.
You go back.
Okay, we're reopening the public hearing.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Lex, can you set it back?
Yes,
How far?
I can set it back an additional 3 feet.
And do you need that convenience elevator, really?
Is we spoke earlier. If that's something that is going to move this along, we could take that top elevator off. I have to have it for floors 1 up to the 3rd floor because it's a long.
Right, but it doesn't have
ADA
to,
play in?
but it doesn't have
Yeah.
to go to the
It-
roof,
Yeah.
because that's within the unit
However, I will have to verify whether or not there is a disabled access requirement. Yeah,
for the roof, even though it's within the unit.
that's right.
Who's
So
next?
at least we've got the setback.
Who's next?
Right. That's the first thing. Thank you, Mr. Lax.
Thank you.
Would anyone like to talk?
Yeah, I'd like to
Okay.
talk.
Commissioner Pastor.
Thank you. I agree that this is exactly the type of project that we want to preserve historic features, trees. And I do understand the height concerns. I actually think, though, that in this neighborhood, this height is okay, given what is around it. There's a bunch of 36-foot buildings around it.
Not,
And if we pull back up the graphic that shows the surrounding, I think that across the alley, they're smaller. And I appreciate that the elevator housing is closer towards Fifth, where there's more height within that area. I am concerned about the ADA requirement, and think that you need the ADA to go to the roof. The reason I asked about the floor to ceiling is I'm wondering, is there any ability, knowing that there's concern about the height, to reduce it even a couple feet? But I do also understand that it's a certain kind of neighborhood that has a certain price point. I think it's actually I think it's a lovely building. I think you've done a really nice job. And I do, I would entertain a slightly lower height if that's doable. Otherwise, I think this is exactly what this ordinance is for.
Commissioner Reese.
Yeah, I think that if we're going to prioritize as a community, I mean, we talked about a conflict about incompatibility. And I did look at the one of the findings is that we're consistent with the zoning code or the area, and it's kind of interesting because we might not be consistent with the area of the R2 standards, but the zoning code also allows for these types of modifications. So to say we're not being consistent with the zoning code is a little bit of a misnomer, but with that said, if we're going to incentivize people to landmark things and protect historic objects, then we need to incentivize them through development, some type of development constraint. So I'm supportive of the direction of this application. I too struggle a little bit with the height and with the roof deck, and really having people up that high. So, I would like a trade-off of building height, roof deck, and if the roof deck went away, then we wouldn't have the elevator problem. That's something I would entertain as a discussion item. But other than that, this should be a project that we are pretty supportive of.
Let me just also point out that this neighborhood used to be R3, if I'm not mistaken, and a lot of the development in this neighborhood is developed to R3 standards. It was downzoned to R2, so let's not get carried away about, the cute courtyard apartments nearby, because this is a dense neighborhood.
yeah, but they are mostly within the R2 zone, and those 36.
There are.
I mean, most of the buildings are not actually 3 stories, and the 36 story, that's a different zone behind Fifth Street.
That 36 on the corner is the same zone.
It doesn't really matter, because again.
Whatever.
Again.
The point is, it would be better if we didn't have the roof deck, that's all. I mean, I'm
But we don't have any
totally,
control over the roof
I'm,
deck.
right, so that's why I said, what can we do? We can move it back 3 feet. He said he can look to remove the elevator. If he's allowed to, he can remove it. If he's not allowed to, he won't. So let's vote.
So, wait, I'm allowed to speak, I think, still.
Would you like to do something?
So the strength of what we're trying to do here is preserve the tree. And that is really important in a city where we've been chopping trees down all over the joint as fast as possible. It's an important landmark tree. And the discussion in both the Landmark Commission and in this commission was how we set about preserving things like that. And there was an explicit trade-off put into the zoning code that we understood it was, in fact, I think, almost directly related to this building. Well, if you've got a tree, you're going to have to put some development behind it to provide the economic support for the tree. And we went backwards and forwards, but ultimately we put it in for this very reason. And now the project is here. And so the project implies that there will be three floors of condominiums, expensive condominiums, to support the 60-foot high tree. That's the given. That having been noted, Mr. Lax, I think we've all got problems with the height and what you've done in the top condominium, which is to create a really lovely place for someone to live, but also a roof deck. So you've added things on and on and on. And listening to this commission, if you could take away the roof deck and the elevator, I think we'd all feel a lot happier. And you've already given us the setback on the roof deck. So that's the consideration that we're putting to you. And the other floors are 9 foot something or other, 9 foot, and then suddenly you get to this 10 foot. So you've got a foot or two there to play with. That's the immediate thing that we're putting to you this evening, that we think this project's worth supporting. We would like to see the overall height of it come down and the bulk of it in relationship to the other two properties come down. And that I don't think will affect the economics of the project. You'll still have roughly $8 million of project there.
Okay.
I'm yielding to Commissioner Rees.
Are you asking him to consider eliminating the roof deck or or reduce the height?
Both.
Both.
Yes.
We don't have any control over the roof deck. It would have to be voluntary on his part.
That's
Well,
what I'm
maybe he'll do
asking.
that.
So
Are you willing to remove the
Right.
roof
Oh,
deck?
are we reopen?
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to speak first?
I just want to.
And then I
I'm
will
Nicole
answer
Nasserad.
the
I'm one of the owners.
property owner.
I just want to say that one of the reasons why we have the roof deck and the elevator is glass. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to add to the architecture of the building. And the roof deck, it's beautiful to go over and look at the tree. I mean, the whole thing is that tree. The whole building was built around that tree. The roof deck is to enhance the beauty of the tree for us to enjoy it, my family to enjoy it. The elevator is a beautiful elevator. It's going to be glass. It's going to look over it. It's going to add to the architecture of the building. It's important. If you don't want it, we can take it away, but you're going to have a boxy, ugly building. The elevator is beautiful. It adds to the architecture. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Can we have a motion or kind of move on?
Right.
He didn't say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
he didn't
What do
answer
what
the
do you?
question.
Yeah, I would like to answer those questions.
So Mr. Lax is ready to answer the questions. Off you go.
Okay. Number one is the 10-foot 10 from floor to ceiling on floor 3. I was sitting down while you were talking. I feel comfortable taking a foot out of that to begin with.
Okay.
Okay. I will make it work.
Okay.
Okay. Number two is we've already talked about it, and I've already agreed that I will pull back the parapets 3 feet.
Okay.
Okay. We can also change the material to glass if that makes a difference. So that way it's not as massive, which we've done before. It's a lot more transparent. As Nicole has said, as the property owner has said, she enjoys that the elevator does go up to the roof terrace. But if we can get away with these two that I've just offered and not remove that elevator up to the roof.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Yeah. So if we can, I can take the floor down by 1 foot, at floor number 3. I can take the parapets and move them back 3 feet. We can make them a different material so it's more transparent, so it's glass on top of that, so you won't see the solidness. But I'm a little concerned about taking the elevator down, but in order to move this forward, if that's something I have to do, I will take the elevator down and stop it at the 3rd floor and not up to the roof terrace.
Do we have any authority to ask him to remove the elevator?
Yes, he just volunteered.
Well,
How do you get to the roof deck?
But
Can I
the
make
stairs, but I
an
am
idea?
still concerned about disabled
ADA.
access,
right.
which I would
So,
have to check with our consultant about that.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, please do.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the project with the modifications of 1 less foot for the 3rd floor, moving the parapet back, that applicant will make all efforts to remove the elevator to the roof deck, and if he is allowed to do so by ADA, that he will do so. Did I forget anything?
No.
What he just offered?
I would
glass.
second.
Oh, and
glass.
that the elevator housing on top of the building be made of glass.
I would second that if you would accept a slightly friendly amendment. It is a completely friendly amendment. Earlier, Commissioner Reese had raised this question of privacy screening around the stairs.
Yes.
And if you're moving the parapet back, that might give you a little bit more room to play with on the staircase in terms of screening.
Well, it could be problematic if I move it back because the parapet will get in the way with the staircase, but that's something that I'm going to have to work through.
But if you would look into just adding
on
that
on
the north side is sort of as you're moving the parapet and the stairs around,
It may have
extending
to
that
jog.
privacy.
Yeah, and,
Just to give 'em a
and
mic
Is that
top
friendly?
back.
And
that's friendly.
Great.
That's fine. And I want to clarify that I don't know that it can be 100% glass, and so as much glass as is
Possible.
Yeah. Understanding the realities of engineering.
One assumes this has to go to the ARB anyway. So.
No, it's landmarks.
Landmarks Commission.
Oh, okay. That's specified then.
Okay, let's
Okay,
vote.
are we ready for a vote, or does anyone want another 6 inches off the ceiling?
It's a very pretty building, and we did what we
very-
could with it, and let's move on.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner McKinnon,
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor,
Yes.
Commissioner Reese,
Yes.
Chair Lambert.
Yes. Okay. Well, it took an hour and a half to reduce the height by a foot. That's good.
Do you need another vote on the vesting tract map, or are we
good.
covered?
Right, no, we do.
Okay, I'll move the vesting tentative parcel map number, am I getting this right? 74677?
Second.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris.
Yes.
Commissioner McKinnon,
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor,
Yes.
Commissioner Reese,
Yes.
Chair Lambert.
Yes.
And we will bring back the statement of official action, I think, at your next meeting.
Okay, let's wait for people to settle. Okay, that takes us to item 8B, which are proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance relating to R1 development standards. Can we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Commissioners. Tony Kim, Principal Planner. A special welcome to the new commissioners. Before you tonight are the R1 development standards. Just a quick refresher as to why we are here. Back in February of 2018, the City Council adopted an IZO for the R1 district standards in response to concerns that had been raised by the community regarding the incompatible character and scale of new developments in the city's R1 neighborhoods. The council subsequently extended this IZO until November of this year and directed staff to research and draft a comprehensive update of the R1 standards. The three main purposes of the R1 standards update are to reevaluate the standards to address the size of new home construction in relation to the existing neighborhood context and scale, to incentivize the retention of existing homes, and to make the development standards more user-friendly. Just a brief overview of the R1 update process to date. We began in January of this year with a technical working group, which was established to tap into the professional expertise of architects, contractors, design professionals, as well as some neighborhood association representatives, really to start with these small groups of the principal users of the R1 standards and those that are impacted most by those standards. There were 5 technical working group sessions between January and April of this year. We discussed a slew of topics, including most of the development standards. And the purpose of this group was to really identify all the different issues that have come up with the R1 standards. We took all of that input from the technical working group and focused it down for further discussion at community open houses. At these community open houses, we invited all R1 property owners. Over 6,500 invitations were sent out. It was advertised widely in the daily press as well as online and through email blasts. These open houses took place in May, and they were 3 identical open houses and focused really on the development standards that affect building massing and size. I won't go into all the specific details of everything that was discussed and all the input we received, but it was a lot of great input from the public on these issues. The staff report from July 19th lays out every single bit of input we received from not only the community open houses, but from the technical working groups. And we are very appreciative of the time that was put in by the technical working group members and the public in general. So then we brought all of that information to the Planning Commission on June 19th for a study session where we received input from the Commission and direction on a variety of these development standards. That is also summarized in the staff report that you received for tonight's meeting. So what we hope to do tonight is to review the proposed changes that are presented in the draft red lines for the R1 and related R1 related standards and make a recommendation to the City Council. So Ross Furman is here and he's going to dive into the meat of the standards and really focus on the development standards related to the size of new home construction, the incentives for the retention of existing homes, and the changes made to make the standards more user-friendly. We're not going to go through every single red line change. That would take forever, so we're going to we can focus on the standards that we feel are really the ones that are the biggest departure from what the existing standards are. And we can start there, and then hopefully we can take public comments afterwards and then launch into some questions and discussion. So here's Russ.
Good evening, commissioners. So as Tony had mentioned, we're going to try to break down all the main topics and group them into sections. So the first one is the size of new home construction, and the development standards that affect that will be parcel coverage, height, upper story step backs, and upper story outdoor space. So to kind of give you a brief overview again of how the implementation of development standards form a building, I wanted to walk you through what the current R1 standards and how they're implemented. So you will start with a vacant parcel. You will add the setbacks, which essentially makes the buildable pad. You implement the building height, a buildable envelope of 21 feet at a 45-degree angle. So that is what the entire building has to fit in, with a couple exceptions for accessory buildings. You have first-story parcel coverage, second-story massing, which then is controlled through parcel coverage and step backs. The structure then must fit within the buildable envelope, so the roof, and that is what a typical dwelling unit could look like under the existing standards that we have now. So to start out for parcel coverage, the big change that the IZO implemented was it took a 2-story building from 61% down to 50% parcel coverage, with no more than 20% on the second story allowed. It also excluded accessory dwelling units from parcel coverage calculations. What we heard from the various community outreach we did and from the commission is from the technical working group, they wanted more size flexibility on the first and second floor for design and better programming. Community open houses, there was consensus that for a smaller home than 61, but the average came to a 55% parcel coverage, to continue exempting ADUs. And from the commission, we heard to limit parcel coverage to no more than 50%, consider more parcel coverage for smaller parcels, so a 5,000 square foot parcel, which would be our substandard lots in the R1, and to continue exempting ADUs. So we took all of that information and drafted proposed revisions. Essentially, we kept the 50% parcel coverage. We did increase the second floor to 25, so it's still part of the overall 50, for better flexibility on the second floor and for better programming. But through the implementation of step backs, there's a high chance that you might not get 25% on the second floor. It's really only if you really pushed your house in for more contemporary buildings. Continue exempting ADUs is part of the revisions. And for substandard lots less than 5,000, there is a small typo in the revisions. We propose a maximum parcel coverage equaling 2,500 square feet for those parcels. And the reason for that is this graph shows, the blue line shows, starting from the left, working its way to the right, shows a 50% parcel coverage until you get to 5,000. If we, 5,000 square foot parcel, if we were to give them a new percentage, essentially a 4,999 square parcel could be have a significantly bigger home than on a lot that is only 1 square foot larger. So we actually took the minimum that you will get or the maximum that you will get for a 5,000 square foot parcel and kind of kept that as the base for the substandard lots. This is a representation for the differences from the R1 development standards or the pre-IZO, the IZO, and then the proposed standards, how it could look like for a typical massing. It's important to know that these images also have the upper story step backs implemented, which parcel coverage and upper story step backs are in combination are what really control massing of a dwelling unit. For building height, the difference between the R1 standards and what the IZO implemented was it took the 28-foot high height that existed everywhere except for north of Montana and made that a citywide standard. So what we heard from the outreach was that there should be different heights for maybe a flat and pitched roof, that the 45-degree building envelope should be standard instead of north of Montana having a 30-degree angle. This offers more unique roof types. We again heard more specific of still keeping 28 feet high for a pitched roof, but maybe 23 feet for a flat roof, and to kind of standardize them throughout the city. So we took all that information, and the proposed revisions we did was we kept the 28-foot high, but to address the flat roof height, we actually, instead of having a specific number, we are limiting a wall height to 23 feet. So if you have an entire flat roof contemporary building, essentially it will end at 23 feet. Anything above 23 feet will be part of the roof structure of a pitched roof. So that was how we kind of handled when a pitched roof inevitably could end in a flat roof section. So above 23 feet, the massing will start pulling into the center of the parcel. We also took the 45-degree buildable angle and made that citywide as well. So the point of that was to avoid this, where a contemporary building, if they just pushed it in enough, could essentially have a flat roof that goes all the way to the 28-foot high. So in these new standards, that building vertical walls would end at 23 feet instead of being able to go to all the way up to 28 feet. So that's how we tried to bring the massing further down. Here's an example of the interim and development standards, or the current R1 standards and the interim zoning ordinance ones, and the proposed on the right. There still is an angle, there still is the same height, but just a little bit more flexibility for the flat roof than what currently existed. And here is an example of how a 23-foot high building would end, and ultimately anything above 23 feet would then have to be part of the roof structure. For upper story step backs, the interim zoning ordinance only changed where they began, not the amount or when they got implemented. But through all the outreach, we heard that articulation of the second story is just as impactful as parcel coverage in terms of massing. We also heard from the commission to require more step backs, especially at the front, and standardized implementation, because essentially step backs are what is going to control that upper story massing, where parcel coverage really doesn't change the look of the massing, at least from the street. It really just will most likely affect the rear of the buildings. So this was one of the biggest kind of changes in the implementation that we are proposing. So it's kind of a layered effect that I'll go through in a little bit more detail, because I know it can be a little confusing. But essentially, the first part is you need to determine how much upper story step back is needed for both the front and the two sides. So in this case, it'll be 1% of parcel area. We always are using percentages in almost every development standard because we always want it proportionate to the actual lot size, as lots either get larger or smaller. So once you determine the square footage that is needed, we then implement both a minimum and a maximum distance that can be used for compliance of this standard. It doesn't mean that you couldn't go deeper, but there is a limit, and I will explain why that is implemented. Also, there's no double counting, so you can't have a front and a side meet at the corner and satisfy both in that area. And also, this will be for every building of elevation, so for the two sides and the front. So how this is implemented, so this diagram shows when you have an aggregate side setback. So that means that if you have a 50-foot wide lot, the aggregate will be 30%, which you could do 10 feet on one side and 5 on the other to equal the 30 or the 15 feet. The lighter pink diagrams for the step backs on the side show the difference of when you have implemented the minimum, or the 3% it must go in, versus the maximum. So the reason why we wanted to have a maximum is because we wanted to avoid this, where you have a potentially 1 foot wide step back that goes very deep, but ultimately you can't notice, it doesn't really take a whole lot of massing out from the elevation. So that is why there is a maximum proposed. Same for the front. There is, as you see, if you go to the minimum, then at least the step back is wider. If you go to the maximum, it's deeper, but not as wide. This is an example of, the top one is an example of if you have more symmetrical setbacks. So you put the building right in the middle, you'll see that they are now implemented on all three sides. We allowed for a building that has the aggregate, when they pushed it in 20% on the side, we felt that that was enough of a setback to not have to require a step back on that side. So it's always when you're closer to the side property line is when you're always going to have some type of modulation. But ultimately, to give design flexibility, if a property owner were to elect to push in their building well beyond the setback requirement, as the bottom image shows, you could avoid step backs. But we felt that by pushing it in 10 feet on each side, an additional, I believe, 4.5 feet in the front, you are now further away from all the side to maybe your design aesthetic wouldn't need the step back to be a little bit more flexible. This is another example of just the different, how the implementation has progressed from the current standards, the IZO, into what we are proposing. The last one that controls the size of buildings is the upper story outdoor space. The interim zoning ordinance only took the NOMA standard and took the 400 square foot aggregate and imposed it citywide. From the outreach we did, we heard more that an aggregate isn't so much as important as more limiting the individual size of each outdoor space. We also heard that outdoor space is a great way for modulation to look incorporated into the building design. And from the commission, we specifically heard that not necessarily the aggregate again, but again, the individual size limit, and specifically for roof decks requiring a little bit bigger of a setback so they are not as imposing onto the neighbors. So we took that input, and we are not proposing an aggregate, but we are proposing a limit to the individual size. Again, either 3% of the parcel area or 300 square feet, whichever is less. The reason why we did include 300 square feet is for a 15,000 square foot parcel, 3% is actually quite large, but a 3% on a 7,500 square foot lot is actually 225 square feet. However, if these individual spaces were to be 100 square feet or larger, they would have to be pushed in a little bit more from the side property lines. Similarly, for the roof deck, the same size applies. However, this setback would be 5 feet from the edge of the building. So as a review, as I similarly did for the current standards, I wanted to show the progression of all three that we've or the two that we've experienced and now these new proposals. So the same lot, setbacks really have not changed. Building height is now 28 feet. The development envelope has changed slightly to accommodate the 23-foot high vertical wall limit. But then this is where parcel coverage starts coming into play. For the first, the second floor, modulation is different. Ultimately, this could be where now the new flat roof ends, and the building height of the roof still has to fall within the 28-foot height limit. To show a typical dwelling unit, obviously there's variations, but this is what the standards could result in. The next topic is the incentives for the retention of existing homes. We heard throughout all the community outreach that we should implement as many incentives we could to keep existing homes. So existing ones that we already have are modification processes and variances. So there are modification processes that go to the zoning administrator, some go to architecture review board. Those exist as they are. And we do have other incentives that for when you have smaller lots of less than 50 square feet, less than 50 feet in width, the aggregate setback is not required any longer. You can continue the minimum, the 10%. The proposed ones that we are implementing, one is actually we're not proposing, we're actually recommending getting rid of it, which is the removal of the requirement to upgrade parking for additions. Currently, if you were to add more than 50% square footage to a lot or to an existing home, you would have to upgrade the parking, which could result in a brand new garage, moving the garage, wider driveways, relocating it. And we have heard that that is very burdensome, especially for the siting of existing homes that might or most likely do not comply to current development standards. So we're actually looking at removing that requirement. So you only need to provide or update your parking when you are a demolition and a brand new build. The other one is that we currently have a provision to allow the expansion of a side wall into the minimum side setback. Currently, it only allows for 15 feet and only on one side. We are looking at allowing it on both sides, so you can have that addition mimic more exact what has been built currently than having odd jog-ins for that area. And then to kind of make this more known, because some of these incentives have been buried into the current ordinance, was we've included those in the development standards table, so people know it's up front that you can take advantage of these too, so you don't have to find them. They're not hidden any longer. The next is user-friendly development standards. So the big one was we have standardized development standards citywide. So you'll see in the table that's in the rear is where there was development standards for North of Montana, there was development standards for Sunset Park and North of Wilshire, and there was development standards for Expo Pico. We have now taken an approach to have a citywide R1 development standard, as you can see in the forefront table, with the column on the right showing when you can potentially sometimes deviate from those standards or calling out references to other sections. For example, when you have a smaller parcel, you don't have to comply with the citywide standard. We've also taken all of, if you're familiar with the R1 chapter, there was below a long table, there was an even longer list of other requirements that if you didn't scroll down, you would never have seen. So we've actually, that whole list is gone, and it's now all been incorporated into the table except for the Architecture Review Board section. So it's all built into the table now. The next one was determining parcel coverage. We didn't change how you necessarily interpret parcel coverage, but we reorganized it to make it more clear on what is actually included and what is exempt. So that was just a user-friendly revision. Same with accessory buildings, structures, height exceptions, and projections. We either revise them to be more clear, to include things that are more modern uses like EV chargers that never were allowed as a projection. So we modernize those sections to be more consistent with what we've been seeing built. Basement light wells and excavation, again, that was more citywide standards, allowing basements to be anywhere in the lot. We heard that we should not limit the size. They're just not allowed in the required setback areas. Light wells, we made that more standard, so you just have to have them 10% of the lot width away from the side property line, except for if you do have a smaller or slimmer parcel, they could project a little bit into the side setback to accommodate those lots. And for the R1 design review, that was largely just a reorganization. It was rather confusing which findings belonged with which modifications. And we did incorporate the North of Montana into the hillside development standards for R1. Typically, R1 is not required to ever go to the ARB, except for if you're a sloped parcel, and it was only sloped parcels in Sunset Park, or except for everywhere except North of Montana. We've incorporated North of Montana, so that was really the only new addition into the design review for R1. The last section is just a miscellaneous other section. So implementation and timing of the new ordinance. Staff will be making a recommendation to City Council as to when these new proposed standards should be implemented. The options could be at the expiration of the interim zoning ordinance, so November 15th of this year. There could be a reach back. We've also considered really just going with January 1st, 2020 as a clean cut. If we went that direction, we would have to extend the IZO a month and a half to reach the end of the year. Parking was another topic. Currently, R1 is the only zone district that requires in this case, 2 cars to be located within an enclosed garage. And parking also has to be located in the rear half of the lot. What we heard from all the outreach was that maybe we shouldn't require the garage any longer. You can choose if you would like a garage. So we did not get rid of the parking, just the fact that how it's housed, if you will. And we also reduced the requirement to be behind, or actually expanded the requirement, so it doesn't just have to be behind the front half, but just behind the front facade of the building. So it's still hidden behind the building. Parking is not in the forefront, but give it a little bit more flexibility. Hillside development. So what we had heard was that, hillside properties are more complicated than the standards we have for flat parcels, which is typically what all of our development standards are based for. So we were told that we should look for hillside development standards to reduce or eliminate the need to seek variances, how height is measured for these, how the massing is perceived from the street, different rules for maybe downsloped versus upslope. And we did hear view protection shouldn't necessarily be taken into consideration. As staff reviewed this and tried to take this as an undertaking, we quickly realized that this was an endeavor that would take more time than what this current project would allow for. So we are looking at reviewing these as a separate process to come back in front of you later so we can have more thoughtful hillside development standards and not have that hold up the rest of the R1, as hillsides are a small portion of the R1 district. But to kind of give you a view of some conceptual ideas we are considering for these new standards, we've looked at creating a new definition of what hillside development is. This definition would establish a new threshold for design review, the ability for when development standards are implemented, require slope analysis to be prepared by a civil engineer, maybe exclude certain steep areas of the parcel from being calculated towards parcel coverage, or even allowing those extremely sloped areas to not be built on, except for maybe accessory structures. Allow accessory structures of a certain size to not have to go to design review, and some type of excavation limit. So these are just concepts we are thinking of. We would love your feedback on them as we move forward to not go in the wrong direction. We also changed slightly the accessory dwelling units chapter. This was really just to allow exterior features, typically landings, balconies, to be implemented a little bit more. Currently, they have to be 25 feet from side and rear property lines. And when you're building an ADU on top of an existing garage, that was challenging. Mostly they had to add additional massing so they could actually get up to that. So we reduced those requirements, but we still eliminated them from being on the rear and closest side property line. So any outdoor space involved with an upper story ADU would still be more pulled into the middle of the parcel. So still to be cognizant of the privacy issues between neighboring parcels. Solar access was a topic we heard throughout all the outreach. The concern was essentially new larger development blocking sunlight into neighboring parcels and potentially lessening their solar ability. In consultation with our Office of Sustainability, they haven't recognized this as an issue within our residential neighborhoods. There's only been one example that's been brought to them where a new development has blocked a portion of their solar access on their roof. There are current provisions that the city has for when street trees, their canopies block solar. There are state laws that require that if solar pre-exists and then a tree were to be planted and grow to a height that blocked it, that the existing solar has rights. There are voluntary easements that could be placed. But ultimately, as much as solar is an important issue for Santa Monica, to really address that issue, a new ordinance would need to be drafted as analysis of the lots and sizes would need to be reviewed. The Office of Sustainability said one of the reasons why most likely this has not been resulted as an issue was because due to the development standards and the policies in the loose, the lot sizes that we have, the height limits, the setbacks, these have already been built in to control massing and scale to not have as much of an impact on neighboring parcels. And lastly, as a big incentive for the retention of existing homes or for additions and remodels instead of brand new builds, we'd heard the reduction of permit fees and requirements would be a huge help in that area. Some of these permit fees and requirements go beyond planning. Building permit fees when solar has to be implemented, fire sprinklers, water retention. So along with solar, we've always pledged to take these two issues to council to let them know that there are other pieces to this puzzle that might need to be implemented beyond just the development standards review of this project. The next step, as Tony mentioned, would be going to City Council tentatively on September 24th with your recommendation. And as a summary to kind of help guide the discussion, here are the main topics and really kind of the bulleted highlights of what the development standards we are proposing are doing. So it's not the exact wording, but the concepts that are in the revisions. That concludes my presentation, and we're here for any questions.
You are a phenom. Just a phenom. Don't lose him, no matter what happens. I think we're going to hear from the public before we have staff questions. There are 9 people here to speak, and I will call your names, and I will call you 3 at a time. And if the 3 people could line up along the wall, that would be very good. So we're giving them 3 minutes, Kyle. The first person is Bob Pozek, Zena Josephs, and Kathy Knight.
Well, good evening. I'm Bob Posek, and I live in Santa Monica, and I've lived here for 31 years on the corner of Carlisle and 18th Street. I've lived with my family, my wife and 2 daughters. First of all, I just really want to congratulate and thank staff for all the work they've done, from organizing and running the technical working groups and the community outreach groups to preparing this thorough report. It's just fantastic. So you guys should be congratulated. I agree with you, Council or Commissioner. This is they should be try and keep these guys. I know if we do this every 20 years, which has been our history, that means that only Ross will be the only one left to do this again for the second go round.
Ross
and he
will
did
be here
say
in
he'd
20
be
years.
more than
I'm not sure
happy
about
to
the
go
rest of
through
us.
this again. So he's actually looking forward to another go around in the next 20 years.
Bob, could you raise your microphone a little bit, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. So the interim ordinance now has been in effect since February of last year. And viewing the new construction under the IZO, as most of us have done, when we walked the neighborhood, that we noticed that even though there has been a reduction in massing, when the lots were maxed out, such as those on Cloverfield, in particular, that's the street on Cloverfield and Sunset Park between Pico and Ocean Park. There are some homes that are still very much out of scale with the neighboring homes and impact the neighboring homes both in terms of their privacy and access to sunlight. So now with the addition of an 800 square foot ADU as on these lots, there's now even a greater allowance in coverage than there was during the current 61% coverage. So we've actually lost a little battle in overall massing on these particular lots, and this is exactly the opposite of what was intended and what the majority of over the 500 residents wanted during that questionnaire that was handed out some time ago. So this is why we are advocating a 45% total lot coverage rather than the 50% as proposed by staff. You know, Santa Monica has always prided itself as a green city and with a commitment to sustainability and water conservation and other admirable goals. And the statistics, however, show that the average household has decreased over the past 40 years. And it's hard to reconcile this fact and the goals of our cities with a recently built house in Sunset Park on a 6,000 square foot lot with 5 bedrooms and 5.5 baths. And this just does not make sense when these are the goals of the city. So they're at odds with that. These are not owner-occupied construction, but rather by developers and speculators. So I think tonight, and I'll keep this very short, you've heard me before, that you have the responsibility to vote on one of the most important issues which will affect our neighborhoods for many years, probably 20 years if history is any indicator, since again the last one was 1999. So what you decide on tonight and send to the City Council will determine what our neighborhoods will look like and whether we as residents have a say in where we live, or will those decisions be in the hands of developers. So thank you for your time.
Anyone questions of Bob? I do.
Yes.
As you know, you took me to look at those 2 houses on Cloverfield, and it is beyond description, really, given the mass of them vis-a-vis the street. But one of them's a remodel, right?
Yes, it is.
And it's as big as the new construction.
It's actually bigger. There's a bigger second-story addition.
So, I mean, I really think, based on our conversation, that we need to think about some level of control over remodels, because you can't tell the difference between that one and the new one. And I think didn't you also give me information that indicated over the past 18 months or since the IZO that the average ADU size coming in for permits was 615 square feet?
616 square feet. And that's based on, I think, I don't have the number handy, but
it was about 615.
It's 615. I think there's been from February to May of this year, February of last year to May of this year, I think there's been 62 applications for ADUs. And I was able to get numbers on 34 of those, and the average of those were something like 616 square feet.
So would you kind of agree with me that those houses on Cloverfield may be outliers? Well, let's hope.
I mean, if you look, both of them are 6,200 square foot lots, and they've maxed that out to the square foot, to the absolute square foot. And both of those, there's in that 34 that I had numbers on, that the city has numbers on, 5 of those were 800 square feet, and of those 5, at least that I'm aware of, 3 were by developers. So in fact they may be outliers, and these are again just developers maxing out the lots to the exact number.
Well, one of them actually is an owner builder, but
they're both
are they both spec?
They're both by the same developer.
Oh,
2415 and 2419 are both by the same developer, developer. Yes, they are.
Commissioner Landris.
Yes. So thank you, Bob, for all of this. I mean, our conversations go back, I think, like 18 months now, and
yes.
On these issues. To Commissioner Lambert's point specifically about building to the envelopes on those sites, do you believe that the proposed setback requirements and step back requirements in the new, what is proposed moving forward, would constrain the possibility of that being replicated in the future?
It's hard to say. By looking at it, it's hard to say. I'm not an architect, and I've not looked at the plans. But if you look at the house on 24 19th, it's a modern house, and there's just walls going back every which way. So I don't know how they came up with that number, but would these setbacks minimize that effect? I couldn't tell you by looking at that house in particular. I have no way of knowing.
I saw something similar on 27th Street as well that
The one-
replicates,
Yes.
you know, but again,
The
and that's
huge
a
wall.
remodel that's
Well, that one
owner
would.
owner
That
occupied.
absolutely would, because there's that north-facing wall on 27th
Yeah.
Street, which is one huge wall.
That's right.
That goes from the front all the way to
Yeah.
the back, without any setbacks.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner McKinnon?
So, Bob, listening to what you had to say, it's not the absolute size. Is it the absolute size of the house or the proportion of the size to the lot that's bothering you? Because there are bigger lots through the city. You're not advocating smaller houses. You're just advocating a proportion of house to the lot. Right?
Absolutely. I mean, this is what Ross said during his presentation, is that everything is proportional to the size of the lot. And if we keep that proportionality, I think that's really the easiest way to do this.
I mean, you identified a house, 6,000 square feet, 6 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, but seriously, they may have a big family. We don't know that. No, I'm actually asking seriously. So what's your objection? Is it on that particular lot, it's just totally out of proportion, or were you objecting to the size of the bathrooms or the house?
How it impacts the neighbors is my concern. Really, how it impacts the neighbors. These houses totally overwhelm the neighbor's backyard in terms of privacy, in terms of access to sunlight. I just think it's unfair to the neighbors.
And I know you've done a comprehensive look at this right through the city. Do you believe it's more extensive in Sunset Park than any other part of the city?
No, not really. I think it's more prevalent now in Sunset Park, because when we did this in '98 and '99, it was NOMA generated, and only after correct me if I'm wrong, David, I think that's right. Only after the ordinance was passed was it then allowed in Sunset Park. And when those of us who were involved in this, when we decided to give this another go, we decided that Sunset Park is actually more impacted than we are.
And finally, those places along Cloverfield may have been a result of the 61% ordinance rather than the IZO. They may have started before that. Do you know whether that happened or not?
These are not. The ones that I'm showing you were all
IZO.
after February 23rd, yes.
Thank you for all of your time, your hard work, your research, your communication. I mean, you really are, you're a phenom too.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Zena Joseph? Well, I really slapped you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. It's all right. It's good. I'd also like to thank the staff for all of their hard work. And the majority of the Friends of Sunset Park board supports reduction of lot coverage for two-story homes to 45% to balance the impact of 800 square foot ADUs and still retain some open space. Reduction in height for flat roofs to 23 feet. Incentives for homeowners to remodel rather than demolish. Regarding upper story front step back, as articulation of the second story impacts massing appearance, we recommend extending the current north of Montana standard to Sunset Park, which is 8% of parcel depth rather than 4%. Continue to look at the shade impact of new two-story homes on adjacent homes to the north, and we assume that the hillside standards will come back later. Regarding lot coverage, on a small 6,000 square foot lot at 61%, the lot coverage allowed including ADUs, 3,600 square feet. With 45% lot coverage, you get 2,700 plus 800 square foot ADU, you end up at 3,500 square feet. It's practically the same as 61%. On our membership forms for Friends of Sunset Park, some of the comments regarding housing have been big box houses, developer spec houses, excessive lot coverage, increasing amounts of excess height and footprint in housing construction, losing old homes to McMansions and loss of character, mega mansions, oversized houses, sameness of homes, two-story tract homes, ugly giant home rebuilds, and difficulties encountered in remodeling existing homes. In the fall of 2017, 3 neighborhood organizations sent questionnaires to their members. There were 554 responses, and 242 of those were from Sunset Park. About 75% indicated that new homes tend to be too large, too tall, intrude on neighbors' access to sunlight, result in a loss of adjoining properties' privacy, cause loss of trees and greenscape, and that they favored use of incentives to encourage rehabilitation rather than demolition. Kyle was kind enough to hand out an update of this list I had sent to you with the Friends letter. I drove around a little bit more today, and what appear to be tract homes. I've seen 2 on Marine. There are 30 altogether that I spotted. 2 on Marine, 1 on Pierce, 6 on Ashland, 3 on Hill, 1 on Maple, 1 on Grant, 2 on Cedar, 3 on Pearl, 3 on 21st, 2 on 24th, 1 on 26th, 4 on 31st, and 1 on 32nd. And as these continue to proliferate, they are changing the character of our neighborhood, which did not, before that time, have white houses with black trim and, horizontal or now more vertical cladding, which is supposed to be a farmhouse design. I've lived on a farm. I've never seen a farmhouse that looks like that. The only one I spotted was Grant Wood's 1930 American Gothic, and that was a house built in 1880. Thank you.
Zena?
Yes.
So these are sort of visual survey that you did?
Yeah. I could tell you the company, but I'm not comfortable doing that.
It's in here.
Well, I didn't say it.
I doubt that 1609 Ashland is, because that's pretty well designed. It's just down the street from me.
Okay.
Unless he somehow started out that way.
I could be wrong.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
The next person is Kathy Knight, followed by Nancy Coleman and Tim Symington.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Knight. I live in Sunset Park. I've been a resident there for over 30 years. And I'm really, really, really upset about how things are changing and developers are buying up these homes and tearing them down and putting mega homes up there. Some of the homes built recently in Sunset Park under the existing zoning ordinance, 61% lot coverage, seem out of scale with lot size and adjacent homes, diminish privacy, block the light of neighboring homes, and are in some cases repetitive in style and character. Some of the homes with ADUs, the auxiliary dwelling units or granny flats, built under the interim zoning ordinance, 50% lot coverage, still seem to demonstrate extensive massing, minimize backyard green space, and negatively impact neighboring homes. According to the Santa Monica zoning ordinance, the purposes of single-unit residential district include the goals of preserve and protect the existing character and state of the city's different residential neighborhoods and the quality of life of city residents, ensure adequate light, air, privacy, and open space for each dwelling, ensure that the scale and design of new development and alterations to existing structures are consistent with the scale, mass, and character of the existing residential neighborhood, promote the rehabilitation and long-term maintenance of existing structures. And I have just seen, again, developers buying up these homes, tearing them down, putting up mega mansions. I bought my 1,300 square foot house in Sunset Park in 1987. It was built by a Santa Monica fireman in his time off with his buddies. I love the feel of it, the large backyard. Friends come over and meditate in my backyard. They feel so good with the open space and the trees and the plants. And the other thing that's concerning me is the environmental impacts of allowing these mega houses to just be built, close to each other, because global warming. I mean, you're taking away the dirt, the plants, the open area, and that helps offset global warming. But when you take those open areas and put these big houses there and pave everything over and all that, that's not environmentally good for our crisis right now with global warming. So we need the most amount of open space left on these lots. And so I ask you to please support the request of Friends of Sunset Park's concerns regarding the massive overdevelopment going on in our R1 neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Coleman?
Hi, I'm Nancy Coleman. I'm the chair of the North of Montana Neighborhood Association. I'd like to not look at my points and just raise some issues with you. Number one, we have a tree problem. We have had a 30% decrease in the last few years of private trees in R1 neighborhoods. What happens with all the new development is people wipe out the trees. You need to think about whether or not you can't add to the R1 standard what exists in R2 and R3 that is a tree replacement. There are tree replacement requirements in R2 and R3. Why aren't they in R1? That's the first thing I ask you to consider. The second thing is that consider the fact that if we include the ADUs if we exclude the ADUs in lot coverage, and we're at 50%, and you put in an 800 square foot ADU, and maybe the average is 611 or 616 or whatever it is, you're still adding to lot coverage. I was in a new house build on 14th in the 300 block last weekend, and not only did I have to climb up the vertical stairs in the basement if I wanted to get out of 2 very narrow light wells. So the other thing I ask is that you consider in the light wells where you have egress, that you have an egress that allows somebody to get out, like a staircase and not a ladder. A ladder is, I won't tell you my age, but I'm getting there where they can't do the ladders anymore, and I know the kids can't do the little babies can't do the ladders, and so if we're going to have multi-generational families living in these houses, which is why people want these huge things, ladders don't do it. Lastly, I really want you to consider reducing the amount on the property, to 45, even maybe 40%. We're going to have 800 square foot ADUs added. That is a huge amount. If you see the ones on Cloverfield, it's 400 square feet over 400 square feet. No articulation, straight up and down. It looks like a box. It's a second box. It's not supposed to be the front house, the regular house, is supposed to be the house of be the important house. And if you've got this 800 square foot box, it's going to loom over the yard. It's going to loom over the next door neighbor. So think about reducing it. In order to reduce lot coverage, you need to go to 45%, and then you can exclude the ADU. If you're at 50%, you're up to 61% with an 800 square foot ADU. So please, please consider that.
Commissioner Landis?
Thank you, Nancy. I want to just follow up on the tree issue because I'm with you there conceptually, but in terms of the private tree ordinance that the council has directed be written, do you have a specific recommendation for us here that you feel needs to be included here that cannot? Relative to us giving direction that this come up in the private tree ordinance, which we're going to be seeing when it comes through.
I think it's truly important that you weigh in on the issue of replacement trees in the R1 standard. Again, you're in the R1 area now.
Right.
You're doing R1. There are things that you need to think about, and that is one that you can say, but there is some fly.
There's a fly. Yeah.
That you should say about that as you go forward in an R1 standard. It just makes sense to make sure that they include that, or in some way as you look at this. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Next is Tim Symington, followed by Sean Rabar and Dee Melamed. Did I destroy your names? Sean Rabar and Dee Melamed.
Good evening. My name is Tim Symington. I'm a fourth generation Santa Monica resident and a new homeowner of a downsloping lot on a hillside on Berkeley Street. First off, I think that Ross and Tony and the staff, you guys in the commission, have done an excellent job with the R1 draft proposal. That being said, many of the changes have the unintended consequence of making an already bad situation for downsloping lots much worse. And if no additional affordances are made, I worry that if many, if not all, downsloping lot owners may be forced to go through the variance process. I see two main issues. One is with how the new changes impact the height measurements and the types of buildings that you can construct on a downsloping lot. And the second is with the upper story deck space. With respect to the height issue, please direct your attention to the photos I provided. These are homes on downsloping lots on Berkeley. You'll notice that due to current height measurement rules, many downhill lot owners have been forced to completely dig out their front lawn and place their front door 10 or more feet beneath the grade of the sidewalk. Meanwhile, the front door of their neighbor's home is 5 feet above the sidewalk grade, despite only being a few feet up the hill. The neighbor just north of them, due to favorable grading and surveys, they were able to build a home that was 26 feet above the sidewalk grade in height. So in a short walk, you have these wild 15-foot variances, and with some houses kind of allowed to tower over the other ones. So why the ugly mess? Please take a look at my amateur diagram that I provided on the second page. This is drawn to roughly to scale of a lot on Berkeley using the 23-foot height rules. So I think the original sin here is that we are measuring our maximum front and middle segment height based on this single point. And on Berkeley, it's 35 feet from the sidewalk. So whether a homeowner 70 years ago built like an inclining driveway, or they built their home down in the ditch, or someone planted a huge flower patch on that space 6 months ago, that will all determine whether or not a neighbor's house can sit 10, 12 feet above or below us. But the bigger issue is that if you'll notice that because of the new height limits, it is now impossible for me to build a primary level at street grade that can span across 2 of the height segments. So unless homeowners are willing to build living areas that are only 20 to 30 feet deep, depending on their lot size, they'll be forced to dig out their front lawn and kind of bury their front door. Or more likely, they'll probably just have to go through the variance process. And then real quickly, the second issue is outdoor deck space. For downhill lots, a lot of us, our decks are simply our backyards, and they tend to be at or below street level. But current rules label and limit them as upper story decks. So a lot of our lots are limited to now like maybe 180 square feet for basically our backyard on those decks. So I think, I know I'm out of time, but I do have some solutions and recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Did you hear staff say that we're going to be developing a hillside ordinance? Hopefully we'll address some of your issues, that we're not, that scope is sort of beyond what we're doing tonight, but when that starts to happen, we'll definitely include you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sean Robar, is he still here? Yes.
Sir, can I just say one thing? That you should make sure you reach out to staff today so you're on those contact lists today when they start doing the new ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate
Sorry, I should have said that. Okay, Sean Robar does not appear to be here. D. Melamed. And then James Hartung after her.
Good evening, and thank you so much for giving me time to talk. I want to first thank you all for your service to the city of Santa Monica, and also Ross is a phenom. He is wonderful, and I really appreciate that he's been doing this for all of us. So having said that, I'm a 30-year resident of north of Montana, and finding out about the R1 zone, interim zone ordinance that was voted behind our backs, it made me to become active and attend the 5 meetings, the technical meetings that was held by the planning, where many architects and activists also attended. I understand that at these meetings and the few subsequent public open houses, the consensus was to adopt a parcel coverage for the happy median of 55%. So I'm curious to know, how did we go back to a suggestion of 50% parcel coverage in your report? This is a question mark for me. I don't know, are there special interest groups behind it? Are you listening to one side rather than all? I mean, I understand most of the complaints come from the Sunset Park area. Not too many from north of Montana. What about those people? So I think if Sunset Park people are very concerned about the big mansions, we should not all get punished for it. Maybe you should have a law that applies to Sunset Park. I believe in moderation.
I am not for mansions, but I'm not for ugly matchbox homes as well. The one standard rule may not be correct for everybody and may not apply to all the residents and people who are building new homes. I also understand that some people are concerned about second-story setbacks and neighbors seeing each other. So what if that's the case? We should all respect each other and enjoy our properties in as much comfort as possible while not taking away from the rights of our neighbors. I wonder, a lot of people who are making these complaints already have large homes and don't care about what others may want as well. The new homes need to have the ability of housing multi-generation families, people working from home, and having a...
You want to finish your sentence?
I just want to say, not everybody wants an ADU, but because of fear of losing the lot coverage, everybody wants to go for adding an ADU, and that's something that needs to be considered very highly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next person is James Hartung, followed by Tricia Crane.
Good evening, commissioners, staff, and guests. My name is James Hartung. My wife and I bought our property on 15th Street, north of Montana, 43 years ago. So I've seen quite a bit through the years, including what Bob was referring to as the 98, 99 run through. I'm here this evening to ask the following. I would like to limit the lot coverage in the R1 neighborhoods to no more than 45%. I would include ADUs in lot coverage if they are limited to 50% of the total lot coverage. I would limit the height to 28 feet for sloped and 23 feet for flat. I would require that trees be replaced, as Nancy so well put. Just this past few months, or maybe a year, there was a beautiful pine tree on the alley of 14th, between 14th and 15th. And it was clearly out of anywhere where the lot would have the home and the garage. And they cut it down. Huge, beautiful tree. I would develop measures to incentivize remodels. And I know that's been talked about, and I'm encouraged by what I've heard tonight. My wife and I have watched the transformation of the R1 neighborhoods from small and moderate size to massive homes that can overwhelm the parcels they sit on, and in many cases negatively affect the small homes they sit next to. A mega mansion was built next door to me 5 years ago. And here's some of the things that have gone on. In addition just to the construction impact of a 2-year project, no basement, just went on and on with dirt and noise, etc. The land parcel was completely scraped, including some specimen trees, gone. They built the building pad up. So at that point, the view into our backyard, into our house, was dramatic. Our backyard now is in full view from their second story deck and the windows. So we have lost all of our privacy in the backyard. I do have concerns about the solar issue down the road. The home to our south is a 1-story small home like ours, and it will, I'm sure, if that family lets it go, which the ones next to us on the other side did, it'll get scraped and it'll get built with a huge, so we'll sit in a canyon at that point.
Thank
so
you.
I
Are there questions?
appreciate your help.
Questions? I have a question for you because we're going to hear more about solar with the next speaker, I think.
Yes.
Other than banning second stories, which is not an option, do you think that the step backs that we're looking at tonight will help address what you're talking about?
I have my doubts.
I mean, frankly, I don't think
honestly,
reducing lot
I-
coverage by 5% is going to really
I
cut
know
it
the
either.
rules about open on two sides. Well, that puts it
Right.
front or back. To me, it's just an observation element. It's where they can look out and admire the home next door. In fact, we talked to that neighbor who bought that home, and they told us that the reason they bought that home versus others they had choices to
enjoy your backyard.
was
right?
because of our backyard. It looks like a park. Our backyard has got some really beautiful big trees, and anyway, that's where we are. So
Sorry.
thank you.
Thank you. Tricia Crane, followed by Kathy Larson.
Good evening. I'll echo what everyone's saying about Ross and the planning team. You were awesome. And of course, Tony Kim, who we love, longstanding Tony. And thank you for your work on this. This is really long overdue. I also am struck by the whole issue of the trees on private property. We had the city forester come to our meeting on Monday, and I had no idea how bad the situation was. We're a city that expresses a commitment to sustainability and the preservation of the environment, and we should take this opportunity to encourage the prevention of carbon-intensive demolitions in R1. And that has tended to be the focus of our concerns in my neighborhood, Northeast Neighbors. Because when we respect private property rights. I mean, I don't like the look of a lot of these homes that are coming in, but they're not my projects, they're not my taste, but they're not mine. But our members are concerned when these massive homes block the light and air and privacy to neighbors. Our concern is about the impact on the surrounding neighbors, and that is happening. There are two proposals Northeast Neighbors advanced while participating in the R1 Tech Committee that have been pushed off the table or sort of dismissed by staff, and we heard an explanation for it tonight, both of which we asked this commission to please keep in play and keep in the scope of this work. First, rather than wait for a citywide regulation of solar access rights, as has been recommended by sustainability, we feel the city should establish R1 development standards that would assure all residents of single-family homes can fully benefit from rooftop solar panels. Other cities have solar access ordinances. We seem to be lagging, and I'd like to see this commission keep it alive in this effort, even though it was on the other page with some other items. Another of which was we would like the commission to keep in play the desire for a revised fee schedule, which was also on that other page. We'd like to see a revised fee schedule for remodels that would make it more affordable for residents to add on to existing homes rather than demolishing them, scraping the land, vegetation, building entirely new structures, which necessitate large scale to make them economic. The cost of permits and fees currently required by the city for remodels exceeds fees charged in surrounding cities and represent a significant obstacle to many residents, even if they're not barrier to developers. We also asked this commission to recommend an additional new incentive for those who seek modest remodels. It sort of departs from what we're talking about here, but we would like to see the possibility of additional lot coverage for single-story structures beyond whatever limit you decide to set. Thank you.
Thank you, Tricia.
Tricia, I have a question for you
Yeah.
about that, because I've been thinking about the very issue that you just raised at the end about the single story. Do you think there's an opportunity to connect that with our net zero energy goals? We heard earlier from a speaker who was concerned about the loss of the natural landscape. What if that single story extension came with a green roof or a solar roof?
Well, I think that all of that makes great sense. You know, I think we're all looking at different ways to use the R1 lots, and all of that would be really great to explore. But, you know, if you're building a lot of new houses going in that are not the monster mansions are one story. Actually, Bob Posek told me, and I've seen a number of them, brand new houses that are single story. And I would just like to see that encouraged, because that removes the problem of looking into your neighbor's backyard, which I have 2 houses looking into mine now. It's not a pleasant experience, but I have no desire for 2 stories. I pretty soon won't be able to use stairs. So, you know, I think that the idea of creating a varied, you know, flexibility here so that we may want to do all of what has been proposed by staff, but also allow for more lot coverage if it's 1 story, as long as there's room for the desired ADU. But I never thought about the green rooftop. It's a great idea.
Thank you.
Commissioner Poser? Did I get your name wrong?
Aster. Hi, thank
Hi.
you for your comments. For the 1-story lot coverage, are you suggesting that it would be a greater lot coverage for both new and remodels? Or just for remodels?
All of my comments relate to our desire to support remodels.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
I don't think that would be suitable for a new demolition and a new project. I think the idea is to make it easier for folks to add on, and affordable. A single-story structure is a lot more affordable than going up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The other day, Tricia, we talked about 60% with 55. Seems like 55
Well,
might be
I
the sweet
would
spot.
say that that is up to the experts. You know,
Right.
I don't know what percentage would work, but certainly back to the original 61%, which is where we started with before the ISO.
When I spoke to staff after we talked about that, and their concern, and it's a legitimate one, is how much open space you're removing if you have a bigger ground floor.
You know, it's an interesting thing with the way all these different efforts, like the tree campaign and
Right.
everything, is kind of coming together, because now we have ADUs, which of course will be removing open space, and it's a big issue. But I think that there are remedies, and there are lots of people with lots of backyards that don't have trees in them and don't. You know, I remember I brought this up with you, Leslie, that I had asked the question at the R1 Tech Committee, what is the reason for lot coverage limitation? Like, what's that philosophy? And nobody could tell me. You know, I guess we want backyards,
Right.
but I'd love to hear the actual basis for that.
I think that's it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Larson?
Kathy Larson. I live in a hillside street in Bryn Mawr Avenue and Sunset Park. And I know that the hillside thing is not being considered at this meeting, but staff did include some comments about the hillside property. And the one that concerned me was that view protection would not be a consideration in the standard development. And I, as a previous speaker, Bob commented, the revision of the standards, his primary concern was, quote, how it impacts the neighbors. So I would encourage, as the staff ask for feedback from you guys about the hillside standards that are going to be developed shortly, I would encourage the Planning Commission to ask staff to consider view protection in the hillside standards.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Have you made contact with staff? Do they have your name?
I have made contact with staff. I've sent emails. I also went to the workshop and put comments in.
Right, 'cause
But I
sen-
can reconnect.
I have a sense that there's going to be a task force on Hillside. Did I read correctly? At some point.
I would like to be included, and I'm
Right.
also on the board of Friends of Sunset Park, so I'm.
We're going to give Ross a couple days off before he starts.
I think he deserves it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that ends public testimony. Did I leave someone out? That's odd. Well, come on up and say who
I was
you
a
are.
late entry. I didn't realize you needed to sign in.
It's probably here buried somewhere.
Thank you. Thomas Petrades. I reside at 434 18th Street. I've been a resident there for 24 years. Bob and I are neighbors. We both share the pleasure of having remodeled 1927 Spanish homes, keeping the original structure and adding on. And we shared stories about how to put the proper tiles in and the proper framework. I am a member of NOMA as well. I do have one observation, or two observations, to be fair to the other 2,400 houses that are north of Montana, as opposed to just the few, really 30 people that come to NOMA meetings. The first is just a very common sense, practical approach, and I don't know Sunset Park, so I'm speaking to North Montana. Most of the lots there are 50 by 149 feet, just under 7,500 square feet. A 50-foot total parcel is a 3,700 square foot house. In this day and age, that is really a small house. And I understand, I share Bob's view that the 6,000 foot houses that were going up in the 90s, that's a monster mansion. A 3,000 something square foot house is not. And the 50 square foot coverage north of Montana really would be too small. And I am also concerned about the multi-generation housing. I'm Greek immigrant, I'm Greek family, my wife is Greek parents. Greeks build houses on top of each other. The parents live on one floor, the next family lives on the next. And we do have United States and California of immigrants. And as people move into the neighborhood, they do want to share with their parents and multi-generation. And I am afraid that limiting a house to 3,700 square feet is not going to allow really a multi-family to live together under one roof. I know 61%, that's not going to happen, but I would strongly urge you to consider the 55% total coverage with 2 stories, and it just allows a little bit more space. And I do think that that's I think that's what's not being presented here is what do the other 2,000 homeowners who live north of Montana really want? I know the voices are being heard from NOMA. They're very active and they put a lot of effort in. But I do hope the commission does consider just the practical reality of, is a 3,700 square foot house on a neighborhood where the dirt is selling for $3 million? Is that really what we want to do as a city? Thank you.
Thank you. I found your chit, which and it's just as well I didn't call your name because I would have mispronounced it.
Petrides.
Just so you'll know, every R1 single-family homeowner in the city got notices about the public meetings we had on this at the Civic Center. We had 3 of them. So people did have, whether their schedules made it possible or not, people had an opportunity to come to community meetings and give their input.
I'll just comment on that. I personally did not get them. I learned of it because of my membership in NOMA and because of friends informing me. So I just want to state that I don't know if that's true because I didn't. I was looking for it. I didn't get it. And one thing I did get was an email after the first community meeting on Saturday. I got an email about the next one that day. So it wasn't a lot of notice. And I only got that because I had signed up. So I don't think you truly have the input from the community. And there's a huge difference. Look, we all see the developers coming in, buying the lots, building the big homes. But there are people who buy the home that want to live in a larger house, or they buy the property, and I just don't think that should be excluded. I don't think we should exclude those people.
Thank you. Commissioner McKinnon?
So it's your argument that people, both north of Montana but maybe in Sunset Park, are looking for a certain size house, which might be 4,000 square feet. That would be 4 times bigger than my apartment, but they need that size of house, and they don't really care what size lot they're on, either in Montana or
No,
Sunset
I was
Park.
trying to make a distinction between Sunset Park, because I think the lots are smaller in Sunset Park.
But I
don't
don't
think you
understand-
can fit a 4,000. Maybe you can't fit. I used to live on 2826 2nd Street, and that lot was 25 by 100. Well, I think 1,800 would fill the lot, both first story and second story. My comment is simply that in the north of Montana neighborhood, where the lots are minimum 7,500 square feet, some are larger, a 3,700 square foot size house, which is the maximum you can build at the 50% coverage level, is not a big house in 2020 standards Southern California. It's just not. It's much bigger than the house where I grew up in. I grew up in a very small little house. But I'm looking at,
Can I ask a follow? I think if I understand you correctly, it goes to the same issue that Tricia Crane raised, which is what is the purpose of a lot coverage maximum? You're saying that on bigger lots, if I hear you correctly, on bigger lots, there's more room. You can still have privacy relative to neighbors. You can still have solar rights, but on more lot coverage because there's more room to work with. That's all. That's really all I'm hearing is as your point. Is that? I don't think we need a lot of detail. I just want to.
I think just it's a simple statement. if it's a 7,500 square foot lot, and you're limiting lot coverage to 50% of that lot, that results in a 3,000.
Correct, yeah.
That's, to me, I think that house should be larger than 3,700 square feet. Whether it should be 4,000 or 4,100, that's.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I just want to say, finally, that it's not our job to say how big a house should be, what people live in. Lifestyles are different from mine, so square footage is not really part of, and lifestyle are purview. But it was interesting to listen to you. Thank you.
Well, but I just have to comment
That's-
on that.
that's okay, thank
Because you are limiting the size of the house if you say the maximum size house you can build
Well, there are
is
other
50%.
considerations, so
Sir,
thank you very
we have
much.
to move on.
Thank you.
We have to keep.
Okay, there are one of two things that are going to happen now. We're either going to start, we're going to take a break because I have to go to the bathroom, or I can just go off by myself and Richard can take over, or we'll take a 5-minute break. Okay. All right. Now you know too much information, right? Are you okay?
Okay, well, that's fine.
Well, you did drink that.
Hey, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
I never met her before.
Yeah.
I had to negotiate motion with her
Before I even met her, right? That's that. That's how flexible.
Well, I mean, I just second.
Excuse me, I'm going to go file a report now.
Go, go, go. We got it.
We're ready.
Bye, nice to see you.
What?
You sit down, you speak into the microphone, everyone jumps to it.
Okay. We're ready to start. If everyone could take their seats, please. We're ready to go, you guys, so please sit down. Thank you. Okay, we are now at the point on the agenda, the public hearing is still open, for questions of staff. Commissioner Landris.
I will start. Thank you. First, Tony, you are also a phenom. For the record. I just want to thank the whole team. I mean, having worked with you, having had some offline meetings, first, just before I go to my questions, thank you all for your incredible hard work. Ross, I was just pointing out that Tony is also a phenom. You're both a phenom, and thank you. So all of this is, and it's really extraordinary to see a staff report that is so much a reflection of the conversations that have emerged. So I'm going to go to some fairly specific questions, and if we can look at page 30 of attachment A, which is the same as thing as page 9.
We're actually using B tonight.
We're using B tonight. So that's page 19 of attachment B. This is a question. We had in the June 19th meeting asked you about solving the ADU second story access problem. And I heard in the presentation that you had a solution, but perhaps it's my misunderstanding. I'm seeing at the top of 9.21.110, only expressly authorized projections into the minimum side step back areas shall be permitted above 20, and then at the bottom it says not permitted within R1, and I'm just maybe it's me. This is page 19 of attachment B. I just wondering about that language and whether it could be clarified so that, because you do have these unroofed fireproof outside stairways that might be needed to get to a second story ADU.
So ADUs, all the development standards for ADUs typically live in the chapter that you would see on page 37.
Okay.
Which is 9.31.300. And if you go to page 39, you will see towards the bottom, or the second round of red.
Wait.
There
is no 39.
There is no 39. 39 of A.
I have it 39 on this.
39 of A.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Which one?
Okay.
Well, it'll be page 28. Sorry, excuse me, of that.
Of B.
Yes. And you'll see the accessory features has been modified to reduce the original requirement to have outdoor spaces be 25 feet from both the side and rear property lines, to actually not just be they're not allowed in the setback, and they're not allowed on the elevations that are closest to the side property line and the rear. So we have really opened it up for those access points.
On the
So
interior.
it's not in the projections table, but it's in the accessory dwelling units section.
Okay, so where we are talking about a detached ADU, this is the rule that applies.
Yes.
When we're talking about an attached ADU, the primary building rules will continue to apply. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. My next question is whether, and we heard this in the public comment, do you feel that the step back requirements currently proposed will help us avoid the solid front to back wall problem that we're seeing?
Yes, we've designed them to make sure that they're always implemented on all sides. There is a time where you could have a solid wall if you had already pushed the building in 20% of the lot width. then you wouldn't need to. But the side that's always closer, the current standards only kick in after you build past 50% of the max buildable elevation, which sometimes is close to 60 feet. Now you will always have a step back on the elevation that is always closest to the side property line.
Okay, so you will always have some form of modulation,
unless
one way or another.
Unless it was the side that already had the 20-foot setback. We felt that side was already pushed far, enough in that modulation wouldn't be as big of a necessity as compared to the side that is only 5 feet from a side property line.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is, we'd had the discussion about the upper story decks, and I think when we had the meeting on the 19th of June, one of the frameworks that we had floated was this notion of let's let the setbacks and the step backs govern the extent of the decks. What led you to decide on that 3% or 300-foot individual maximum?
It largely also came from all the other community outreach that we provided. So we'd heard from the technical working group and the community open houses that there was still concern over deck size. So we felt like this was the happy medium, if you will, that we are still allowing larger and we got rid of the aggregate. But if you have a larger size, then going to what you said, setbacks would start taking place to bring them a little bit closer into the middle of the parcel so they're not looming over the neighbors.
Okay. And then the last question, I don't know if Commissioner Fonda Bernardi communicated this offline with you, but he had a proposal regarding some sort of solar access design to bake into the development standards for R1. I can read it now or we can wait to discussion, but I was just wondering whether you did put it into the other category, but do you think it would be workable for us to add some kind of initial provision here?
What is it?
Well, I'll read it. So he writes, the next most critical thing we need is to add some sort of solar accessible rights baked into the R1 code, which by city and state law requires net zero new homes starting in 2020. We do not want a planning code that neutralizes or fights with our own goals. Therefore, I would propose that the code say something like this. I'm going to read this slowly. No new construction or plants, when fully mature, can encroach on a surface that is located along the western, northwesterly, northern, or northeastern property lines. That surface rises 12 feet vertically, already allowed by the existing hedge and fence ordinance, from the existing grade at the property line, then cuts at 45 degrees inward till it intersects the allowable height limit. Exceptions to this surface would be existing buildings, existing plants, conforming or approved fences and hedges, and this surface would not apply any place the property line abuts a street or an alley. So that's a northern, western, northwesterly, northern, or northeastern property line, kind of a shield, if you will.
I totally don't understand what you just read.
It's similar to what some other cities have are solar fences, where there's a height that your building can't cast a bigger shadow than this make-believe structure that's 12 feet high potentially.
Right.
I think the reason why we haven't baked in standards because we've been told by the city's Office of Sustainability that this hasn't been observed as a large issue in the residential neighborhood due to the limited heights of 28 or now even potentially shorter or lower heights, to the large setbacks. There's a chance that you could have 20 feet in between buildings if you do 10 and 10 next to each other, where some of those cities have much smaller lots or smaller setbacks. So our development standards that we already have in place, we're being told, are already
within that envelope,
the potential solar access. If we are wrong, we would love to see examples. I know Office of Sustainability would like to see those. And ultimately, if solar access development standards should be implemented, we would have to look at, is it only the northern side that matters? we have a different, alignment of our properties. Santa Monica doesn't treat true north our same north. So we would like to evaluate that properly if that is the direction to be given.
Great. Thank you very much. Again, congratulations.
I have a question. When somebody puts in solar panels on their one-story house, are they notified of what their recourse is if somebody proposes a house next door that affects their solar access?
I don't believe so. I know planning doesn't, so I can't speak for other departments. But essentially, there are state laws that I had mentioned that are in place.
No, I understand. My question is whether they're informed of that.
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions of staff?
I do.
Commissioner McKinnon.
So, tonight we've heard a lot about lot coverage plus ADUs. But the issue about the ADU is it's under state law. It's completely out of our control, isn't it?
For the most part, yes. The state law is constantly evolving, and we are constantly reviewing it to make sure we are in compliance. Currently, state law does allow jurisdictions to limit some sizing of it, but it's changing daily.
And our sizing is?
So if you're above a 6,000 square foot lot, you get 800 square feet. And if you're between 4 and 6,000 square feet, you get 650. If you're below 4, you get nothing at the moment.
That's our law. Actually, the state law goes to 1,200 square feet.
Yeah, state law could allow for 1,200. Santa Monica actually has reduced that.
But we could get mandated higher too.
State law could require 1,200. They could also exempt it from parcel coverage, whether you guys decide to or not.
It does appear to be in flux, but the one constant is that the state is in control of the size of ADUs and where they are, in fact, will be allowed.
Correct, and incentivizing them.
So our only control is on the main principal building, control of that in terms of its size and placement and so on. Is it correct that with the setbacks in place, the front setback, the back setback and the aggregate setbacks, you limit lot coverage to about 52% in a 7,500 square foot lot?
I did some quick calculations, and if you did a 20-foot front setback and a 5 and a 5, if you're doing a one-story house in regards to one stories getting more parcel coverage, the buildable pad would allow you to have a 61% parcel coverage, but there would be very limited remaining open space.
So that goes to the question that's been raised several times, and I think there's some sympathy for it. If you want to do a single-storey building on most of our lots, what rules would you have to put in place, or what would you have to take away to incentivise that, including fees and so on?
I mean, I guess potentially allowing one-story buildings to have more parcel coverage would be an incentive to only have a one-story.
It wouldn't have to be much. It's often the marginal value of it, given the cost of building a second story or whatever.
So that is an incentive. You would have to weigh out the cons about maybe allowing a one-story building to be more than 50% than it currently is.
And what would they be then?
Lack of loss of open space. We've heard a lot of conversation about retention of trees. As we have limited open space, I'd imagine that would equate to less opportunity for those trees.
But it is possible to be done.
Yes, it could be.
Did you consider it during the course of this?
We did, but as I mentioned, we weighed the open space versus the size of the homes. Also, when an existing home would get additional parcel coverage, it was hard to determine which existing homes. All of them? What if they're only a year old? It was hard to find a threshold for which homes could get more and which ones didn't.
Are there homes that are a year old that are only a single story?
Yes.
We see them rarely. I personally have not done a plan check in my 3 years of a brand new single story, but I think Scott has had one.
Well, he looks pretty old though, doesn't he?
So it exists. They exist, but it's not the norm, because you can still get the same parcel coverage, and actually under the pre-IZO ordinance, a two-story could actually be bigger than a one-story. The IZO equalized that, but ultimately I think people rather have a two-story home and bigger backyards than a one-story home of the same size with a smaller backyard. That's me just assuming. So.
And in the whole course of this zoning update that we've been going on now for what, Tony, 10 years maybe, it does seem everything winds its way back to parking. So our belief is that parking and freeing up the parking regulations, taking away the garages and so on, will be a powerful incentive for people in terms of remodelling.
We've heard unanimously from the technical working group to Planning Commission that that is one of the biggest burdens they see for additions to existing homes, because sometimes updating parking is just too burdensome, so they might as well just start new.
Or impossible.
Or impossible.
Do we feel the fees are sufficiently low enough in remodels to incentivise that? So if we're looking at a suite of things, parking, lot coverage, and fee, where does the fee rate in that, and have we got it right?
I can't answer that question. A lot of the fees that come into building a home are actually not planning's fees. They're more building and safeties or public works. Technically, the only fee that planning would implement besides our portion of the building permit fee is if you came for a modification or a variance, or you had to go to A or B for something. But I'm aware that fees are probably very high in Santa Monica, and that's why we've pledged to bring that.
It's not probable. It is in fact the case. It's very high to read.
They are, yes. So we've always said we were going to take that concern to City Council, as we don't have control over mandating fees. At least planning doesn't.
I mean, one of the things might be that people who live here might remodel their houses and continue to live here if they didn't have to worry about the parking, could do a little bit more lot coverage, and the fees weren't that
Those
killer.
are definitely incentives.
I would also note about the fees that they are based on pretty extensive studies, and it's only cost recovery. We cannot.
Oh, totally.
We don't profit from.
You would never do that. I know that. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ross.
I just have a question about the single family. I think it's a good idea to increase the lot coverage for single families, but my worry, and I wondered if you agree, is that it might disincentivize ADUs.
That's a good question. If you enlarged a one-story building beyond the 50% and you wanted a detached ADU, I don't know if there'd be all that much room to fit a detached ADU.
I think you're probably right.
I mean, without doing math to figure that out.
Oh, you have to do requests? Yeah. There you go. Commissioner Pastor.
Such a stickler. I've got a couple questions. First of all, thank you to staff for the time that you spent with me to review the things that had happened before I got in the commission. And for the record, I did listen to a lot of the previous hearing in order to understand what's going on here today. I also want to thank everyone in the audience who spoke for your civility, because I feel like everybody was very civil, which I really appreciate. I have some questions about measurement of parcel coverage. So I'm looking at 9.04-100, which talks about the areas of a parcel directly covered by the footprint of each story of all principal and accessory buildings. And then if I look at 9.21.020, which is the section that defines accessory buildings and structures. I just want to be clear that, is it correct that accessory structures do not count towards parcel coverage?
So that's why we've listed when certain ones can be excluded. So if, let's say, a structure like a cabana, open on all sides, we've determined the difference of parcel coverage or if it's a solid roof, essentially. So when you look down on a parcel, if it's a solid roof, there's many times it's going to count. But if it's an open accessory structure, I guess it wouldn't be a structure, but if it was like a barbecue area, that would not count. It's really just the solid aspects of the roof that are going to start counting. And that's why we tried to be very specific when things are included, and then a list of when they're not or when they are excluded.
Okay, well, as a point of drafting, and maybe I don't know, as a point of drafting, I think that there's some confusion between what accessory structure and accessory building.
Okay.
Right, like I could make an argument that the things you list as accessory structures are not accessory buildings, and therefore they don't count for lot coverage. So you may just, I think that's something that needs to be looked at. And then I have just a couple of questions on the rationale, which may be may have happened during the public process. One is, what's the rationale for not letting basements in the setbacks?
So that was already an existing development standard that we had. Some of it has to do with some building and safety requirements. There is some conversation of, if you allow basements to go to property line, you can't really have, true soil depth there. So there is still like a border along the perimeter to have nothing underneath it, essentially.
Okay. And this is probably an existing thing too, but why are we regulating both stories and floors? If we have a height limit, why do we care if somebody wants to put 3 stories in?
That is an existing. Staff had a conversation about that. We currently, as you see, propose to keep the 2-story limit. You're more than welcome
John
to.
Malkovich movie.
Yeah. And part of that has to do with just the appearance of the massing, regardless of the height. 3 levels of windows can make a building appear larger also as well. So.
Okay. And then where did the percentage for the step backs come from?
So we heard the universal more step back. So currently I forget the exact number, but the existing step back could only maybe require, I believe, in the 50% square footage. So we essentially, you have to come up with a number. So we increased it to 1%. So for a 7,500 square foot lot, that'd be 75 square feet. We felt that was a large enough increase, especially when you implement the minimum and maximum kind of depth. So they have an impact on the facade. Anything larger would still maybe start taking over too much of the facade. It would need to be starting to set back. So we still wanted design flexibility.
And is that something that sort of vetted with the architects and they agreed with it? I mean, I'm just curious as to, is 1% the right number? Is 2%? Is 0.5%?
Right. Yeah. I mean, in terms of what we heard from the architects, that it wasn't specific numbers. It was the concept. The numbers that we came up with was an attempt to balance the ease of use and simplifying calculations with getting effective spaces. So in terms of vetting with architects, that process would be the release of this red line and hearing back from them. And so far we haven't heard
You haven't heard anything?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Reese?
Yeah, one of the speakers asked a question about why we landed on the 50% when it was her interpretation that, there was a coalescence around 55, and I was wondering if you could just respond to that for the public.
So when the council implemented the IZO, that's where 50% came from. They felt like that was an appropriate number to go lower, to kind of put not a pause, but as we review. You're correct. From the open houses, the average number was 55%. We were directed to not go above 50, so we kept 50 essentially. But the community spoke, and 55% was the average number through the 3 open houses when you average them all out.
But so you just said the 50 really came from the council direction of the IZO.
That's where it originated. And I mean, I think you guys also saw the IZO as well. So, and I think Tony was part of the IZO. So.
Commissioner Reese
and
still has the
also
floor.
the planning commission direction from the last meeting was 50%.
Okay,
So.
thank you. And why? Where did we come up with excluding the ADU from a lot coverage?
That was also part of the IZO, I think, to incentivize the production of ADUs. And I can at least speak from my experience that within the last year and a half of the IZO being implemented and the exclusion of ADUs, I've seen a increase in those. I don't know if that's to gain back square footage, to use it as a rental unit, but we are seeing more ADUs than we were prior to them being excluded.
Okay, and has your team looked at this concept that we've heard discussed tonight of incentivizing the remodel or single story by increasing lot coverage? And where's your kind of is it just what I heard, that we're thinking there's a trade-off between open space and the build and
Yes, I mean, we obviously looked at incentives seriously, and we did contemplate the incentive of more parcel coverage for a single story, whether that was new homes and existing homes or just existing. But as the comments that I've made, we didn't feel that the outcome was desirable in the sense of the open space limitation, trees, maybe having room for ADUs still. So we did not provide that in the revisions.
And when you were out talking to the public and going through these processes, what was the bigger concerns that you heard? Was privacy, or was it open space?
Privacy seems to be an issue amongst neighbors that we heard a lot. Yes.
Yeah, I mean that would be my assumption as well, and so that's kind of where my focus would be on these issues.
And just also to clarify that in the draft red lines, we do have provisions for extra parcel coverage for single-story homes on smaller parcels, less than 5,000 square feet. So that is currently proposed.
Only on smaller,
Yes,
on those
smaller
smaller parcels. Okay. And then on the timing of when this gets rolled out, you guys have 3 different options that you've given. Have you kind of come up with, is there pros and cons to?
I think we are trying to learn from the implementation of the IZO that the complaints were that it kind of came out of nowhere and people didn't have enough time to react. I think internally, at the very least, at the expiration of the IZO, if not a clean cut come the new year, seems to be internally what we've been discussing.
Okay. Well, I'm fairly comfortable to tell you that no matter what you pick, you will be told that you surprise people, but definitely do not want to make it retroactive, at least from my seat.
I believe staff would agree with that.
And then trees is an interesting issue to me. When I was on the commission before, well, it seems to me that an appropriately placed tree on a property is going to save you a lot of energy reduction, and you're going to say, and I would love to bake something into the zoning code and R1 standards about having one significant tree and having an important location, and have that in a location that blocks solar access in the very end. Now, I say that and it kind of gives me a chill because I'm also a huge solar guy, and I don't know how we would craft that. But to me, and what some sustainability experts harped on me when I was on the commission before is reducing energy use is much more important than putting on any of the frills like solar panels or whatever we can do. So I would really like you guys to think hard about what we can do on that issue.
Okay.
And then in terms of protecting trees, and again, this makes things complicated, and I know what you're trying to do is streamline things, but if there's a significant tree on a site and the property owner has to take it down because it's not in a setback area where it would be able to protect it, it seems like somehow we should. And it's not a landmark tree, or maybe that's the thing is you have to go and landmark every, which I'm really not supporting that.
I think council has directed staff to look at a private tree ordinance, which I think a lot of the issues you just stated are when that is going to be looked at. I believe that the clock is already ticking on that timeline.
They gave
So
us 14
it's
months,
on
yeah.
its way.
Yeah. So I think the other thing about the trees is that it's, what one of the other directions on this R1 update was a direction to bring it back, have it done as soon as possible and not have it sort of drag out, because of all these other issues. And so we really tried to focus on what the council directed us to do, which was focus on home size.
Mm-hmm.
And there's many, many other issues that may be associated with the R1, but the interest of moving it forward and following council's direction, that's why we did address those issues. And as Ross mentioned, council did direct a private tree ordinance. And, it's not as simple as it sounds. We have to go through defining what does it mean to be significant, what species, so it's a lot more involved than kind of calling it out in one zone.
Thank you, and I'll say a few things are easy in land use. Thank you.
Commissioner Landris.
Thank you. Just to come back on the question of the lot coverage, we talked about 45 to 50 in the June 19th meeting and saying not to go above 50, in part to encourage, I think, the ADU construction. But it raises a question because it came up in the public hearing on a number of different perspectives, and I'd like to ask really the city attorney, as we frame this, what is our, I mean, we're essentially putting constraints on a person's use of their private property. And as we frame this, what I'm hearing is we are balancing a number of issues. We're balancing your enjoyment of your private property against your privacy rights and solar rights. Those seem to me to be fairly clearly defined areas where we can weigh one against the other in order to ensure the best maximize the rights of all. But I would like to know what the framework is, because we're dancing around different tools, and in the current legal environment, especially recently, I just want us to tread carefully.
Sure, so I can try to answer that question. I think the first small clarification I'd like to make is that use is really not at issue here. They're all going to be single unit residential properties that you're discussing this evening. So you are actually addressing development standards. And any of your regulations need to be supported by a rational basis that has, evidence in the record that has been presented to you by staff and through public testimony. So your regulations need to be based on that evidence and how you apply that to the regulations. So does that help?
Is that, and that is irrespective, so the evidence would be ensuring solar access, ensuring privacy rights, ensuring that the property owner can build the single-family residence of his or her choosing within.
Yes, and it's also based on the purposes behind the single unit districts as set forth in the zoning ordinance already, and as set forth in the loose.
Okay.
And other aspects of the general plan.
Okay.
But it'd be the same rationale we use for any zoning code amendment, I would assume, that there's a public interest in what we're doing and a private interest, and there's a balance between the two.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'll ask the question. If we went, this is the question of the single story extension. If we were to, do you think it would work to have, for instance, a 45% lot coverage limit with a 5% bonus for a single story extension? In other words, the limit is 45%, but you can go to 50 if the last 5% is first floor.
So that'd be similar to kind of still having an aggregate, but limiting the size of the second story.
Kind of, yeah.
Which, yes, I mean, you can decide how that overall aggregate is divided. We are currently proposing just a 25-25 of the 50, but like I had mentioned, it's probably not going to be all that common to see a full 25% on the second floor due to the step backs. Not saying it's not possible, but typically I think we will still see larger first stories.
What's the minimum needed on a say a 6,000 square foot lot in order to be able to, which I think represents, if you go 6,000 and up, you're now in the majority of lots, in order to be able to put the minimum number of bedrooms on the second story that we're hearing people want?
I don't know that number.
Well, we heard a lot of testimony in June that people want to have 3 or 4 bedrooms on the second story.
I will say from the technical working group, which was a group of architects as well as others, they thought the 20% that the IZO currently limits was too limiting.
Right, so that's
because they needed a little bit more wiggle room to get in the third bedroom. I think the last planning commission hearing, there was an individual that came up and said that we just had another kid and we want all of our family to be on the same floor. And so I can at least say from what we've heard, 20% is too small. I don't know.
So 25% at least for the second story.
Yes, and we already allowed 26% as kind of a base in the pre-IZO standard. So we were kind of getting closer to that, but still keeping within the 50 aggregate.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fresca.
Oh, thanks.
Are you on?
I said I think you're fabulous too, but I won't dwell on it.
Thank you.
So we had this long discussion about some things that it turned out were what I had hoped they were, but I didn't understand them when I read them because, and this is supposed to be user-friendly. And I had sent you some language, and I was wondering if you looked at it. I don't know if you guys recall when he was showing us the diagrams, there was a crazy little thing that limits how much of the step back gets counted towards the requirement. And it all made perfect sense when I saw the diagram, but I had to see the diagram. So I'm going to read to you what.
Do you have a question?
Yes, I want to know if he liked the language better.
So one thing I will tell you is we are looking at establishing or creating a guidebook to show how these development standards can be implemented in a more a picture format. So that is a piece that we are very much seriously considering, because we understand that unless you work with the code or you're an architect, you know, some of these are difficult to understand. I mean, even amongst staff, and that's why we've attempted to move to more user-friendly, but it looks like we are moving forward with more of a guidebook to help supplement and to better understand those specific wordings that can get complicated.
Right. Like the 2328 thing, it's everybody said that's what they wanted. I think it's because they didn't understand that that's what it said.
Yes.
So then I was wondering if you had looked at that one section of language we had talked about, where about the 40 feet in the rear half.
I did look at it. I don't have it in front of me at the moment.
But, you know, that's just, are these all language things that we're going to have to decide on before we can vote on this today? Or how does that, if we want to move forward?
So procedurally, what before you this evening is a resolution of recommendation to the City Council to make amendments to the text of the zoning ordinance. As presented to you in Exhibit A, in Attachment A to the staff report is the actual resolution of recommendation, which has the red line language in there. So you have two options. If you really want to get into the language of it, then you could.
No.
I don't.
Okay. You could adopt the resolution of recommendation and then direct staff to take a look at making some changes before they get to council.
Let me just sort of say what I would like to do tonight. There's 7 or 8 areas that are debatable, what have you.
Right.
And I think rather than looking at the language of the red line, we should go through those 7 or 8 areas and take a vote on where we all stand versus like height, lot coverage, et cetera, rather than go through, we'd be here till 3 a.m.
I know, there are just certain areas that I feel that, and there are certain the things I want to add we'll discuss, but the certain areas where I don't want to change anything substantive, but I really felt like the language was very opaque. So I don't know now after what you said when to share that.
Well, the 7 or 8 different areas are not exclusive. I mean, if there are parts of the red line that you think need changing, then we'll do that too. But I think it'd be really good to highlight the main points.
So then we can wait. So then I have one other more technical question. Sure. A speaker was talking about egress from basements through light wells. They're actually meant to be like fire emergency egress and ingress. They're not actually meant to be exits for ADUs. Isn't that right?
So yes, the light wells are largely imposed by the Building and Safety Code, where all they really require is kind of a 3x3 box with a ladder. That's the minimum requirement. However, we do allow for light wells to be larger for if an individual would rather have a staircase instead of a ladder. I guess it's a little bit of a personal choice.
So if it's a bedroom or if it's in,
Yes.
I don't know if it can be an ADU in a basement. It seems kind of mean to
You would still
your
have to have
mother-in-law.
proper access to
Right.
that.
But
yes,
then it would then the light well would turn into access and
yes.
not
So
egress.
building code requires that if there's any room that's considered a bedroom or has the potential to be a bedroom, there most likely is going to have to be some additional ingress and egress, potentially through a light well.
So in that case, it would be more access than egress.
I guess it's more egress.
Easier
Yes.
okay. Yeah. I just wanted, so basically it's covered in there.
It's still very much allowed if you would like bigger light wells to have a staircase instead of a ladder.
And if the space under there is really usable and not accessible any other way, then that has to be a more easily navigable route.
Yes.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Pastor.
Thank you. Just one other last quick question. On the regulation, what I heard when we were talking about regulating roof decks and outdoor areas it all related to privacy, which I 100% understand. So I'm a little confused why we're regulating first floor balconies, terraces, decks?
So that is a little semantics. So we've had issues where, let's say, a two-story building, but let's say the first story is larger than the second, and it's part of a kitchen, and to put a roof deck on top of the first story was being considered an actual roof deck, even though it's part of the first story. It's only above the first story. So we tried to differentiate the second story roof deck, which I think is what we all are considering a roof deck, the highest outdoor space. So we just had added that wording to kind of, a first story balcony would be off the second floor.
So on top of the first story.
Yes.
Okay.
We tried to separate
You may
those.
just want to look at that
Sure.
language or definition to make sure that's clear.
we're still
Thank you so
fine-
much.
yeah.
That makes way more sense.
Yes, sorry, there was, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more questions? Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Take tomorrow off.
Oh, wow.
So this closes the public hearing and is now open to discussion by the commission. And what I would like to do tonight is go through the various points that are the big points and get a sense of where the commission wants to go with them. And then there would be like a ripple effect of the red line of where we are on them. And the first point is, do you all have the cheat sheet? Or is it just
No.
me? Oh.
But
Then
it's
I'm
up
gonna have
on
to
the
read it
screen.
to you.
It's on the screen.
Well, there you go. Okay. So the first one is parcel coverage. So can we get a sense from commissioners where they feel one story is proposed for 50%? My glasses would help. One story at 50%, two story 50% with 25% on the second story max, and parcels less than 5,000, maximum equaling 2,500 square foot, which should not alarm people too much because with the setbacks and everything, it's unlikely you're going to get that kind of square footage on a very small lot. And then what to do with the ADUs. So you want to start at one end and go to the other, or you want
That's a great idea. As long as you don't always start at this end. You have to
We'll start at
alternate.
Jim next time.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I think overall the way it's written is I'm in support of. However, I think I would like to hear what you guys think, but I keep hearing people say if you go down to 45%, everyone's going to build an ADU. And to me, that sounds kind of cool. That maybe when your kids are young, that's a way to get your playroom, your home office, whatever. And then suddenly you need a home for grandma on your property and you've already got it. And that's a really cool way to build a house. So I kind of like that idea of 45%, and then it's an incentive for ADUs.
What about, do you think that it should be a larger lot coverage for one stories?
No, I do not, because I think that at some point, people are going to have these sprawling one-story houses, and then they're going to want to do a second story, and then we're going to have a whole other problem on our hands.
Well,
and-
they wouldn't get the lot coverage to do that.
Right, but I don't know. I just feel like people want space between each other and their neighbors, and I just don't think it's a good idea. I think we're moving the garage. They can add an ADU. There's things they can do if they have a small one-story house to
It would be really
maximize.
cool if each commissioner could go through each of these 4 points and say how you feel about it.
Okay, ADUs exempt, yes. Parcels less than, yes. Two-story, yes. One-story, yes.
But you just said
Oh, yeah,
45%.
45, you're right.
Commissioner Landris.
Okay, I'd like to see one story at 50%, two story 45%, parcels yes on the third one, and yeah, absolutely exempting the ADUs, assuming an 800 square foot ADU.
See how easy this is? Commissioner, we're going to be out of here by 10. Commissioner McKinnon.
Yeah, I think we can live with one at 50 and two at 45. I don't know whether 5% is an appropriate bonus for the one stories. I could also live with two stories at 50 with a slight bump for it, depending on how the rest of the commission goes. Agree with the third point and agree with the fourth point.
Thank you. Mr. Pastor.
On one stories, I would like to see an increase, so maybe it's 55% for both old and new. Because what I really feel like I heard was people are concerned about privacy. And if we want to encourage people from looking over into each other's yards, then let's encourage single story houses. So maybe it's 55, maybe it's 60. 2-story, I'm fine with. Parcel at 50%, parcels less than 5,000, definitely. I agree with that, and I agree with the last, the ADU.
Thank you. Commissioner Reese.
Survey says, I can't see that. Okay, so I want to try to create an incentive for the single story. So I like the gradation of the lot coverage. And I like the concept of trying to incentivize the ADUs, so 45 for a brand new 2-story, 45% for a brand new 2-story, 50% for a new 1-story, 55% for a remodel.
Good.
How's that for
That's
excitement?
excellent.
And then,
Damn, it's good to have you back. Really, just crystallized it there. Yeah.
Easy, folks, easy. Okay, parcels less than 5,000. Yeah, I'm fine with that. ADUs, I'm all for supporting these. I want them. What I don't like is hiding things like we used to have, where we discounted floor area for projects in downtown. We're incentivizing housing. I'm going to go along with this today, but philosophically, I'd like to just say we think this is important. And we're going to put it out there as something that we're going to say that's okay, and we're going to put that lot coverage in there. But at this, I don't want to upset the apple cart.
You're ruining my plan here, because these guys now want to talk.
Well,
wait a minute.
Yeah.
I am going to live with I'm just going to vote for the ADU exemption, but that's philosophically, I would rather be upfront about this thing.
Okay.
Can I raise
Can I just make the one sentence, which is
one
that
sentence.
the one sentence is that the state is already exempting ADU coverage.
No, they're not.
The state is on the road to exempting ADU coverage, and so we are just trying to anticipate that and not to have to come back and fix this later.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what it
That's
is,
the
which
true
is why
statement.
I'm going to make my clarity that I said 800 square feet, not the 1,200.
Is it worth discussing, though, whether there's a difference between a junior ADU, so an ADU?
Let's not even go there, unless you want to bring the house down. You mean the second ADU, the efficiency unit?
Is there
Yeah.
No. I think we're talking about different things. Do we want to treat an ADU that is attached to your home, your primary home, differently than than the detached?
No.
Because LA does that.
No.
No.
Well, I mean, I don't.
I don't
know how you
either.
feel.
Okay, well, I think that.
Okay, it's my turn. I'm fine with a 50% for 2-story houses. I don't think that lowering it to 45% is going to have anything to do with whether they add an ADU or not. We are seeing a lot of ADUs coming through the permit process with the IZO, which is at 50%, so I don't think you'd need to lower parcel coverage to get ADUs. People are going to do it anyway. And frankly, I think probably the majority of ADUs we're going to see are garage conversions anyway, so it's, and so 2-story, 50%, and 25% second story. I'd like to see a boost for 1-stories to 55%. The parcels less than 5,000, I'm fine with that. And I feel very strongly about exempting ADUs from lot coverage, no matter, it means nothing to put an 800 square foot, anything over 800 square feet counts for lot coverage, because we don't allow ADUs over 800 square feet. So it's just, all it's going to do is piss off the state. So we don't really need to put that language in there at all, because it doesn't mean anything. If we were to lose a lawsuit, we'd have to go up to 1,200 square feet, as the state law allows, then we'll deal with it then. But I don't want to put it in now. I mean, the way I feel about ADUs is, yes, it will increase lot coverage to maybe where we are now, maybe not. But you also get 2 housing units. Whereas with the old lot coverage, you got 1. And for me, that's a significant advance. And I think it's a pretty painless way to help solve partially the housing crisis that we're all facing. It's a relatively benign way to do it, and I think we should all be on board with that and be willing to share our neighborhoods. So thank you.
Oh, you're the chair, keep going.
Okay, so, all those who want 45%, did you want a boost?
Jim, I think Commissioner Reese's compromise got a lot of nods.
What was your compromise? 45, 50, and 55? You remember?
50.
What are the three?
Excuse me, I did have I would like a gradual process where we are incentivizing the remodel of existing
Yes.
buildings. I suggested 45, 50, and 55. There's no magic to those numbers, but that's what I suggested.
So you said 45 for two-story, 50 for one-story, and 55 for a one-story extension.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So how many people support that?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I don't.
I don't either.
I don't. I think we should do 50 and 55.
So there's three that support it. What does Commissioner?
Oh, so it's 3 to 3. So,
I don't support 45%.
so,
I support 50 and 55.
okay. So we've got a
I don't
split.
support 55.
Yeah, I don't.
So what three of us do agree on is 50% for new construction. Correct?
I'm,
Everything, because she doesn't go to 55.
There's 3 people who said 45. No, 4, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4 people said 45.
Why don't we vote on each
Yeah,
one?
okay.
So I don't think we need a motion. We just do a straw poll. We probably couldn't do a motion anyway. Those who believe that there should be a 45% limit on new construction of single-family homes.
two-story.
Two-story, sorry, two-story, say yes.
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 45%, so that's 4.
Yes.
Those who believe in the 50%, which would be Elisa and I. Those who want to boost for the single story to 50%, is that what you said, Jim? New
Mhm.
construction?
New construction.
New 50.
Single story.
Okay,
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
okay,
Yes.
this is chaos. I was trying to
No,
avoid
it's not.
this.
It's clear. It's very clear. It's very clear. Keep going.
Stop
Keep going.
commenting and just keep going.
Okay. I can't help myself. And those who believe
Wait, we
55,
haven't finished.
So
50?
50% for
two-story.
single-story new
Single-
construction.
Right.
Yes.
There was 3 of us so far who voted yes on that.
Okay.
That I'm aware of. Richard,
Yes.
Sean, and I.
Okay, so 4 to 2.
Well,
No, Nina's. Where are you?
50%
I'm not-
single-
One story.
I'm not gonna support less. I would only support more if there was the votes, and I don't think there are. So
All right, so it looks like the 45% for new construction two-story, 50% for new construction single-story, and maybe 55% for remodel?
No,
Maybe
I think
not.
that sounds
Wait.
sprawling and like there's a
okay,
lot of
but we
dead
get
trees.
to vote on that. So
Yeah.
who's in charge?
Okay, I'm in charge.
No, I didn't mean that. I wanted to say who voted. I wanted to say who's voting for what is what I wanted.
Okay,
to
well,
say.
the 45% for new construction
We got that?
two-story
We're done.
We
passed.
already
Yeah.
did that.
50% for single-story passed.
Yeah.
Yep.
The question now is 55% for remodels. Who feels that's okay?
Yes.
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 Okay, so that did pass.
So that's
All
a
right.
done deal.
So is that
45,
clear?
50, 55.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jim
I-
got his way.
Tony's
Can I ask a
looking
quick question?
concerned.
Let's make it
So
sound so
Wait,
the
Tony's
concept of the remodel, it's pretty vague. You know, so from what I'm understanding is you're trying to incentivize additional first-story parcel coverage to existing homes.
Mhm.
So what's to prevent someone from building a brand-new two-story home at a 45%, coming back pretty soon after, and adding 10 more % to their first story?
That's exactly what Nina was bringing up. There's absolutely nothing to stop them from doing that.
that's why I say 55% for all.
So it gets kind of
You're absolutely right.
mucky.
55 is too much.
Too much. Yeah.
So we say 45 and 45% for two-story new construction, 50% for one-story new construction.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah. Public hearing's closed.
So are we all clear? Because I'm not sure the 55%.
May I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
My suggestion is that we have clarity on what's in the actual staff report. We're staying at 50 for one story, and we're coming down
to
to 45% on two story. I think the question of remodel would be something that we could put in direction to staff later as a comment that we'd like to.
Well, except he has to go to city council with it.
No, I understand that, but I think what
I
Tony
think
is saying is that it doesn't have a way to write that in.
I think it becomes a
Wait a minute.
double
Not
standard.
everybody at once.
Wait a minute.
Commissioner Pastor?
it exists for a single, it can't be that you build a 2-story and then you expand the first story. It has to always be a single story home. It can't.
Okay, yeah, that wasn't clear to us.
Yeah, no, it has to always be a single story home.
Okay,
Period.
that's a little more clear then.
So are you clear? I mean, I don't agree with the 45%, but, who cares? Okay, next item is building height. Commissioner Fresco.
No, it's Jim's turn.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Reese.
So here, I think three
That's such a
different.
good idea.
I think I'm fine with as written 28, 23, and standard 45-degree upper story above 23.
The same. Agree.
I agree.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agree, but I think that 23 feet vertical wall limit is a really weird, obscure term that I think nobody knows what it means.
Okay.
And you want to change exceed to above.
Because when I read that, I thought one wall could be 23 feet, and then you could set it in and then start another wall and keep going. And he said, no, you can't, but I don't know why that language says no.
Because then it wouldn't be a flat roof.
Well, why don't we just say 23 feet flat roof and 28?
Because I think there was a sort of a design creativity issue involved, correct, Ross? The 23 feet was basically 20 feet of living area and a 3-foot basement coming out of the...
No, not necessarily. The 23 feet, the vertical wall height limit of 23 feet was a way to address flat roofed entire buildings, but to still, when a pitch sometimes ends in a flat, we were running into issues of using the term flat roofs, frankly. So
Oh, for combination roofs.
exactly. So this was a way of limiting the wall height of 23 feet, which if you were a flat roof, you would stop there. And if you wanted a more traditional home, you would start the pitch at 23 or even lower if you wanted it. But it was a way to get around what Nina said.
The operative word is 23 feet.
Yes, essentially what the standard will result in is a 23 feet high, flat contemporary building and a potentially 28 foot high, more traditional design.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Upper story step backs. Commissioner Fresco?
Oh, yeah, I'm not ready. Yeah, I think the step backs are fine as proposed.
Commissioner Landris?
I'm fine as proposed.
Yes.
I'm fine.
I'm fine. As proposed.
I'm in favor of this.
Okay, great. Boy, that's a giant step. Upper
Terrible pun.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think of that. Upper story outdoor space. Mr. Reese.
Yeah, I'm open to other suggestions, but this is fine with me.
I'm fine with this.
I'm fine with this, and I'm sort of an odd person in that I like decks. I actually even like decks that are next door to me on the second floor, because frankly, it's a way I can communicate with my neighbors. And my next door neighbor has a deck, and I sit in my patio and we talk. It's the old front stoop,
You and me both.
separated by one floor. But so I mean, I'm not into limiting decks because I think they really do create a sense of backyard community, and I'm all for that. So that's me.
So what's your proposed?
Whatever they
revision?
propose. There's no revision, I think.
No, she said she supported this, and
I
she's
support it.
supportive of decks.
But then she got chatty. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's okay, although the one thing we do hear consistently is people are really distressed about decks that overlook backyards and the loss of privacy that we've been talking about. I do not know how to address that because the deck is such an essential part of what people see as gracious living in Southern California.
Right.
That's the trade-off.
Commissioner Landris?
I actually have a revision. I don't think the 3% parcel area coverage makes a lot of sense. I think I'd like it to be up to 300 square feet. However, I don't think the setback is big enough. I think the setback on the individual balcony, terrace deck, first story roof deck, or similar outdoor space, the first one should be 25% of the parcel width. The minimum distance should be 25% of the parcel width. Again, I think, and then moving on to the roof deck, I think it again should be up to 300 square feet. But we had discussed, Commissioner Fondo Bernardi had proposed simply doubling the setbacks for the for the roof deck, and I wasn't clear on why that was not an adequate solution. Because again, I'd like to see that as far removed from the neighbors as possible. Yeah, you want a roof deck, great, but it's pretty much got to be in the center of your property.
Part of the reason why we went with just a number and not doubling setbacks is because setbacks can change as the building undulates, and it would be odd jogs sometimes. So 5 feet is typically the distance where the railing would then kind of disappear from the street. It's setback, so that is where the 5 foot came from.
Where would be the point at which the railing would disappear from the neighbor's backyard? That's really the number for me.
I don't know that answer.
That's what I'm sort of trying to, like, it's not the front or rear, it's the side to side.
Sure. If you would like more than 5 feet, that is a suggestion you can make. I don't know the number that is enough
Then I'd say
to make
10.
more privacy.
I'd go with 10 then.
Commissioner Fresco?
I'm okay with the spaces, except that I'm actually not in favor of roof decks in R1 at all.
Why?
Because I think they're looming up over people like periscopes peering into their worlds, and I just think I'm not a big roof deck person.
So we actually don't see a lot of roof decks in R1 because you're not allowed to have an exterior staircase project above the height limit. So unless you design the house to have an exterior staircase, which we've seen, but roof decks are not common, in least our experience in the R1 district.
That's cold comfort. I think we should say no.
Well, actually, as a Sunset Park resident, there is one roof deck in my entire neighborhood of many blocks around
Right.
it. And you absolutely never see anybody on that roof deck.
Well, you're lucky.
I mean, here's a funny thing. What am I doing in my backyard that I don't want people to see?
Well, a roof deck is a
So
whole different
many
thing.
things.
It's very, very
That is an
high.
interesting question, isn't it?
I mean, I quit nude
Perhaps
sunbathing
let's
years
step
ago.
outside.
People who've spoken, right?
Yes.
So, but we have 4 consensus on
Yes.
what's there.
Yes.
Would there be openness to switching it to up to 300 square feet?
No.
Okay.
Not for me.
Frankly, I'm more supportive of widening the setback a little bit on the roof deck. And to me, it's really, if you're standing there and you're looking, and if you're 7 feet back, I think you're looking at the top of your roof.
Yeah.
10 feet, I think is too much. Maybe
Okay.
maybe 5 feet, I can now see over into the neighbors. But
And what about 25% on the first floor?
No.
You only want to go
No,
20?
because I mean, the instances I can think of with decks come off the master bedroom or the den or whatever, which is a defined room at the side of the house, and putting it wouldn't work.
To be very candid, this goes back to my question to the city attorney about what's a reasonable purpose and use frame for us. I have a very hard time.
No, it goes to practicality.
Right. No. I have a very hard time limiting the. I feel that what we ought to be doing is regulating the setback for privacy purposes. I don't see the public purpose of limiting the size of the deck, because if we're trying to regulate privacy or solar or something like that, fine. But I feel that the limitation to 3% is arbitrary, and I don't see what the public purpose is of that. I'm going to lose this one, but I'm just going to make the point that I don't see the public purpose
It
of
appears
limiting
that
it.
we have 4 people in favor of what's being proposed, so.
can I
Of course.
friendly amendment
Yeah.
for the 4 of us? Would you be all right with going from 5 foot on that setback to 7 feet?
For the roof?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Great.
Incentives for retention of existing homes. Who's next?
I'm so excited to remove that parking requirement for additions. Expansion of provision. Oh, yes. I had suggested when I met with staff the idea that that language be clarified to make sure that when you continue a non-conforming condition, that it doesn't become more non-conforming. If it's 3 feet off, it stays 3 feet, it doesn't become 4 feet. Just, it's not a free-for-all.
Mr. Landris.
I'm going to say yes. I just want to throw in something that came from Commissioner Fondo Bernardi, which I think is relevant in terms of the widths of the garages where we're removing this parking requirement. He says, where 2 cars are required for the R1 district, one of them should be allowed to be a compact car. LA City apparently allows the second car to be compact. If 3 cars are required or desired, the third car could be a
That
compact.
goes under parking.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
That's an incentive.
No,
No, the incentive is to remove parking altogether.
Okay, but we heard from people
That's about
worrying about
updating
the
parking.
the
That's-
garage. Oh, so then we're done. That's great. I'm with it.
Okay, on to the next one, right? Is everybody?
No, we haven't heard from.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You gotta go to Richard.
I'll agree.
I agree.
I agree, and I'd like staff to look at reduction of fees. I know it's related. I know we do
Yes.
cost recovery,
Yes.
but there was a study that came out today about the fees and the nexus, and let's look at reduction of fees.
And on top of that, Ross, you may be technically correct that planning has one set of fees and building has another and someone else has another, but the whole envelope is absolutely designed to put cement in people's boots when they renovate. And what we're trying to do is get rid of the parking and allow some other things and incentivise people who live in relatively small houses to extend them and stop in that house. So,
Is that a yes?
are you agreeing with me? Great. Let's put that in your note.
And you're absolutely correct. I mean, the majority of people I've talked to in single-family neighborhoods, it's the fee issue.
Well,
It's not even the
mhm.
parking, it's the fee
Mhm.
issue. That It's cheaper to tear it down and build a new house.
Well, no, it's cheaper to
Okay,
sell
I
it
heard
and
from
move
Jim.
on.
So,
Okay.
so I'm in favor of the incentives.
Sorry?
I'm in favor of the incentives.
Okay,
Just
thank
move
you.
on to the next.
Can we add fee reductions to the incentives list?
Well, it's not us, though.
No,
Or
but
can
I
we
think
ask staff to add
Yeah.
fee reduction
Okay,
to the
all right,
incentives
okay.
list? Yeah.
Yes. That is our recommendation, that be one of the
Yes.
incentives.
Yes.
is a
It wouldn't
fee.
be part of the ordinance. Again, I want to make clear that it is not just planning fees. This would be an extensive review of it that many. So I think we hear you, in terms, and we'll include that in the staff report, that there was an interest in doing that.
In
But
big,
we will
bright
need
red letters,
council
probably.
direction to
Yeah.
actually do that.
But I think in the staff report to council, you should point out that that was an issue that was discussed, but obviously.
Absolutely.
But
Yeah,
but
and
the
to
whole
be
point
clear,
of it
that would
is-
never be in the ordinance because
Right.
the
No, I
fees are
understand.
adopted
No,
by
I totally get
resolution.
that, But
So-
it should be relayed to council that it's an issue for us.
This entire thing is a recommendation from us to
Right.
city council, correct? So this is just part of our recommendation.
I think so.
No, absolutely. I just wanted to make clear where that language would live. It would
No, I
not live
understand.
in the ordinance.
I
That's all.
understand. I have a question. Does my screen turn off at 10?
No, you just have to hit it again.
What?
It's
No, I don't think
sleeping.
so.
Okay, it's sleeping? Okay.
It's leaving with Jim.
We're almost there.
Okay, parking.
Wait, user-friendly. User-friendly.
Oh, user-friendly. I'm so sorry.
I am all for user friendly, and I urge us to try to get there. Yeah, I don't.
And
I'm
that
okay- I'm
also
good with this.
includes the ARB Hillside,
Yeah.
north of Montana.
Yes.
Yes.
Definitely.
Yes, with the addition that we are extremely clear about the timeline for the adoption of the new ordinance, and I think that needs to be made, that public communication be added as a bullet.
My mic's
Yeah.
I think it's telling you something, Chair.
I'm all for it, and I think that plain English, according to the Queen's grammar, would be really great. There's a lot of, you know what I'm talking about.
Love the guidebook.
Well, there were places, when I was reading it really carefully, there were places where I was suddenly like, well, does that refer to the house or the garage? Because there's not a comma. So,
So, Chair, it appears that's been unanimously agreed to.
Yeah,
Are we all good
Okay.
with public communication
Yes,
being added
so
as a bullet?
Yes.
Okay.
So where are we? Because I've been.
We're at
We
parking
passed
now.
user friendly.
parking.
We're now at parking.
Wait, but so for the user friendly, is the suggestion that everything starts January 1st?
No, I'm not. I'm
No,
not
we
actually
haven't
suggesting.
discussed
I'm
that
saying
yet.
whatever it is, be communicated really, really aggressively and clearly.
Okay, so when are we talking about when it goes into effect? Because I don't
When
see that
After
on this
this,
list.
after this. It's in other.
Okay.
It's another. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, the last item, and there will be
Parking.
more, no doubt,
Yeah, parking.
is parking.
I had a few thoughts. I'm very excited about not requiring enclosed garages. And when I was reading the code about other various conditions, I realized that maybe setting that line where the parking can be is 5 feet behind the front setback line so that there's room for screening or whatever it is, because screening is required in parking, and there are
What kind of screening that would not block a car?
I'm just saying, I would like to not have a car flush with, sitting flush with the thing, so you have house, car, end. I think that would be more pleasant, but still very flexible. And I had also had suggestions about, see, this is not, you changed the order of how we were gonna do things on me, and I'm not prepared. Oh yeah, there it is. No, that wasn't it. Well, anyway, there's some language things that I had shared with Ross, so he'll just have to take care of it. And then the other thing is, there were a few
Whatever it is.
clarifications, grammar, usage. There were a few provisions in this ordinance for, in the event that there are narrow parcels under 27 feet wide, and we don't know that there really are any, except maybe in certain parts of Sunset Park. But just in case, I would like to say that for those narrow lots, that you can only have a 9-foot garage, so we don't end up with those houses that are giant garages with a little bit of house on top.
Okay. Commissioner Landry.
So I'll reiterate what Mario wrote about sort of calculating a compact car in as a second car or a third car. So I think in terms of looking at widths and space requirements, we should be allowing people to say, yeah, the second car is a compact car. I actually, you raised a question, Commissioner Fresco, in your clarification about screening. I'm less worried about screening because I think it blocks the car, but we do want to allow electric I mean, if the car is then going to be sitting there and it's an electric vehicle, the electric vehicle charging equipment could sit in the side setback. I think we're saying it can, but that probably should be screened from the street. So, or at least be screened
Do
in
you
some
know
way.
what an electric vehicle charging station looks like? It's this big.
It's this. It looks
Yeah,
about that big.
and it
Well,
has a cable, so I don't
okay.
think we have to do that.
Or well, presumably it would then be attached to the house, even more
Yeah,
reasonably.
it's like a doorbell.
Right, but if we're not letting it in the setback. Why would you put it in the setback in the
That,
first
I
place?
believe, was a
That's your-
typo. That
okay.
was a typo. It was not supposed to be an accessory structure. That was what Ross and I had
Got it.
discussed.
That's what I was
Right.
going for. Thank you.
Okay. Are you done?
Yeah.
Commissioner McKinnon.
I'm okay with those things.
Mr. Pastor.
I'm okay with those things, and I actually like having the parking behind the front facade, not flush with it.
I am fine with the suggestions on the parking, including the pushing it back behind the front facade and allowing accommodation of compact cars or substandard, non-standard cars. And with that, folks, I'm going to take off. It's been a pleasure.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
You
And
got
see,
to all the big points.
I'm happy we did that. I appreciate that.
Thank
and I'll
you.
see you in 2 weeks.
I have a question about the, I thought that I read that the parking behind or flush with the house or behind the house was only for 2 stories. No, it's for both? Okay. I thought I misread it then.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Mario had this thing about on-grade parking could be with any place within the lot except in the front yard setback, but enclosed garages must have the current setbacks. So in terms of the design, how enclosed is enclosed?
So that's essentially kind of what we are proposing. If you do not want to have a garage, you have a little bit more flexibility on where your parking could be located. But if you do want a garage, like for example, if you want a front-facing garage and you're allowed to have one, there are provisions that front-facing garage has to be pushed back 5 feet more, so it's
Right.
not the primary element of the front facade. So we do actually already.
But imagine, just from my understanding, imagine that what you want is not a garage but a carport. You want literally, maybe you even want to attach it to the house. It's 4 poles and a kind of a little roofy thing. Can that be flush? Does it have to be pushed back? Is that considered an enclosed garage?
It'd be considered an accessory structure, and it would have to abide by our accessory structure setback requirements.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think it's a short.
I have just like one point I want to make about all the parking and the remodels and all that. There's a house a few doors up from, and I hate to be anecdotal, but that's really what we're all basing this on. A few doors up from me that was a remodel, and it is like exactly the same style and everything as the mansions that are going up, as the Cape Cod, fake Cape Cod. And because it's a remodel, even though it's on an alley, it has a 2-car garage on the street. So I'm not sure where I'm going with this, but I think we have to be really careful with the remodel situation, because they can turn out to be as big as what we're trying to not do, because it's a remodel. And I'm not really sure what the answer is for that, but it's very, I mean, this house is a monolith, because it's a remodel. And again, there's a curb cut that should have been removed. If it were new construction, it would have been removed and put off the alley. So that's just a note of warning. Okay, so are there additional, okay, I'm not going on the record with anything because my mic's off.
I only have, if I can.
Well, turn your mic on.
Well, that's a really good idea, but it won't go on.
Well, then use somebody else's mic, because you have to be on the record.
No, the mic is on.
Your mic is on.
Just keep talking. That's good.
I only have one thing that I'd like to add to the, well, two things. One that I would like to add to the recommendation, which is the issue of tree replacement and encouraging the placement of the use of trees. I think Commissioner Reese's point about shade is really valuable relative to energy consumption, but I don't know that we can solve it in the ordinance right now, given that the private tree ordinance is coming, but I think it's important that we communicate the issue, the loss of private trees from NOMA and elsewhere. We want to be concerned about it, and I think we want to communicate to council. I'd like to recommend that we communicate to council that this is something that, through the R1 process, we've determined needs to be part of the private tree ordinance.
Well, how would that be different from what they're doing with the tree ordinance?
Well, there's this, I think the proposal for tree replacement policy is really interesting, and I thought that what both Commissioner Reese and Commissioner McKinnon were proposing was some sort of incentive for tree placement. So you have a minimum requirement for tree replacement, and then you come up with some sort of, I don't know what it is, we're going to have a public process around it, but some sort of incentive process to add trees, because we need the shade desperately. The second point is related, which is, how do we make sure, and this goes to the report, not to the ordinance, how do we make sure that we are really aligned on our net zero energy goals? And again, particularly on these remodels, I'd be happy to go to 55% on a remodel if we get a green roof out of it, or if we get a solar roof out of it. But I want the trade-off. I want to encourage that kind of, I don't want to just have another built structure that's going to take away permeable land and just give us more cement. But again, I don't think we solve that tonight. I think we communicate that conceptually in our recommendation.
I can't tell who's in line, so just go
I'm
for it.
in line.
Okay.
Somehow, too, I guess because I went exactly by that, two things I had on my list didn't go through. One of them is there actually are two height standards in here, a separate one for parcels that are over 20,000 square feet. And I'm actually not in favor of having two different standards for the bigger lot, because that's like a triple size lot. We don't have that many of them, but it just seems kind of kooky to allow these 28-foot flat roof, 32-foot pitch roofed. Yeah, that would be okay.
It's so big that no one's going to see it.
I don't know. Let's find out what staff
So
thinks.
that development standard for those extremely large parcels is largely just a carryover from the existing code. Before the IZO, we didn't change that. We just continued to allow it because it does affect so few. So we thought that because of their size, they could handle a little bit more height.
Well, what do you guys think? I mean, I'm kind of not in favor
Ross,
of
so
it.
did we change between 10 and 20,000 in terms of the pitch roof height?
So no, it's if you are lower than 20,000, it's everything we've discussed.
Yeah.
If you are larger than 20,000, a flat roof can go up to 28 instead of 23, and a pitched can go to 32 instead of 28. Typically, those are only going to be the north of San Vicente lots, those in the canyon. So it's very few.
Okay.
No, it's just I received an email about it today.
Oh,
from
okay.
someone who owns a 14,000 foot lot.
They would,
They don't get this.
they would be the,
No.
what we've been
Why
discussing
shouldn't they
at the
get more
moment.
height? I mean, they've got a, relative to the parcel size, it's nothing.
Okay, I just
Okay.
want everything to be deliberate. And then setbacks, which based on what already happened, I know that you guys are all gonna shoo me out of the building,
We
but
would never do that. We would never do that.
I like the bigger, what's the word? Combined,
The aggregate?
thank you, aggregate setbacks for what single-story buildings too. Because if they just always have the minimum setback, they can't have basements either. And, this, I
So
mean,
is this
unless,
written so that aggregate doesn't apply to single story?
yes,
Yeah, it doesn't.
Why?
because they get more parcel that way. I
Well, it's
don't
the same amount of setback, it's just aggregated.
I mean, essentially, the aggregate comes into place when you're a two-story building because now you're a bigger mass of a building, so you need bigger setbacks. Where a one-story building, which is only allowed currently to go up to 18 feet high, it's not as intrusive onto the neighbors.
So does that mean that if you build a single-story building with the minimum setbacks, you may not put a second story on because of that?
Well, if you've exceeded if you're already at a max parcel coverage for your first floor, yeah, you will never get a
But
second
if you
floor.
build a tiny single-story house?
Your second story would then need to comply. So it's always
Okay.
new development needs to comply, where now the bottom story or the first story would be considered like non-conforming.
I see,
Can I just
okay.
clarify something? How would a single-story home not be able to build a basement?
Well, they wouldn't be able to have light wells, so they wouldn't have
Because the
egress.
setback's too small.
They
Right.
could. They would just have to design their home to allow for room for a light well. If they
Which
built
means
their
they'd have
home
to set it back more.
the
So the
10%,
aggregate should apply to single
we
family.
also allow that
That's
if you
what I
are a
think.
smaller lot that doesn't need the aggregate, you are allowed to have a light well that projects up to 50 square feet into a setback, but it's typically for smaller parcels.
So how could we simply, what's the solution that would allow a single-story home to build out that basement?
I mean,
The
they
aggregate.
can.
Moving to aggregate, allowing them to opt for aggregate.
It's essentially, you can make everyone have the aggregate, but a single story home that has a 10% and a 10%, can still very much have a basement. They might just need to not build a box home. Might have to have some articulation to allow for more additional space for a light
And
well.
a light well could be in the back.
It could be in the back,
Fine.
especially if you don't
Yeah,
want just a
I mean, I thought-
ladder. You're going to need to have more space than probably 50 square feet.
Well, I also thought that whole street wall situation was part of why we were here in the first place, so, but
Okay, let's,
Also, if we allow the aggregate, it's an option, not a requirement, right?
it's always an option.
yeah. Well, then-
Let's give
More
single-story,
flexibility.
let's give single-story the option to choose
Yeah,
aggregate.
they can always do more than the 10%.
But it has to be a minimum of 3.5 feet side yard, right?
If your 10% is lower than
Right,
3.5 feet,
right.
it has to be 3.5 feet.
Right.
Fine, okay.
All right,
I think the direction is aggregate for single
for
story.
everybody.
I heard you wanted to keep it more flexible for them to provide
Well, the
more
option-
if they
yeah,
wanted to.
the
So
option, yeah.
to keep the 10 and the
Right,
10,
right.
but they can always provide more to be more in line with the aggregate if they choose to, is what I thought I had heard.
Commissioner
Okay.
McKinnon, did you have something to say?
I'm just agreeing with everyone.
Pardon?
I love
That's
it
it.
when you do that.
Are your lights on?
No, I was agreeing.
What?
I'm agreeing.
Okay. All right, thank you. So, anything else?
Do we need to
I can't
discuss
believe this.
when it goes into effect?
When does it go into effect?
So the implementation of these new standards, we will make a recommendation to council. A recommendation from you guys is welcomed, obviously. The options that we've considered is a reach back, which we've already heard is not, I don't believe you guys are interested in. So the IZO expires November 15th, so that is a potential date we've looked at. So come the 15th, it's new code, or a maybe cleaner in the new year. These are now the new standards. So at January 1, 2020, we would have to extend the IZO a month and a half,
Yeah.
but there is some ease and clarity to now anything that has a 20 BLD number is this new code versus a 19 BLD that's over 20, it gets complicated for numbering, but it's possible. It's
City attorney, can we extend the IZO? I thought once you adopt it once on
Right,
one
so-
topic, you
right.
can't adopt it on the same topic twice.
So this is not a use IZO. It's not prohibiting a use. So we have a local IZO provision that has that allows you to extend it up to 5 years if it solely has to do with like development standards and not prohibiting the use. So this, yeah,
Okay.
it is, it's somewhat unique. So this has only been in effect. It will only have been in effect for about 18 months. So we have
Yes,
time.
February.
I think I like the idea of a January 1st implementation date. I think the question is twofold. One is, what is the process that will be most clearly communicated to the public so that people can actually start to work on things? And for staff, what is the point at which you're going to be willing to engage with people whenever they walk in, right, to talk with you about their plans? So I would recommend extending the IZO till December 31st, having the new ordinance take effect January 1st, but having a very public transition period that says, look, if you need to submit your plans tomorrow for whatever reason, you're going to have to do it with the IZO. But sure, of course, on November 16th, we're going to be happy to talk with you and explain to you what the new rules are going to be.
Of course, I think
Just to respond to that, I mean, I think if any process I've ever seen in the world of planning has been public accessible, it's been this one. So
Yeah,
I have
no,
total
I'm-
confidence in these people
Yeah.
to get the word out.
And I'm sure we will see an influx because
Yeah.
of parcel coverage changes. So.
Yeah, definitely part of the reason we thought about January 2020 is because even, let's say this gets through council successfully and the effective date, whatever, we need the time to give. I don't think anyone is drawing up. It's a moving target right now, I don't think anyone's spending time trying to follow what the new rules are going to be. So having that breathing period, this will be noticed far and wide. We'll definitely find a way to communicate it very, very broadly.
Yes.
But it's just going to give everyone an idea. And again, it was that clean January 2020 new rules, much like the building code. So.
Okay, I think that brings us close to the end. One thing, just a clarification, the passage of the 45% new construction, 2-story.
Yes.
We need to divide that in half for the second story and the first story, so you don't have 25% obviously.
Yes. There are other ramifications to only having a 45%. I mean, do step backs stay the same? We 45% is now a smaller home than what we had proposed with the current standard. So, but yes, at least how much is allowed on the second floor would have to be discussed.
Well, the step backs are based on parcel size, so.
Yeah, it's just smaller home, still gets the same size as what we are allowing. So just, there's, ripple effects.
Okay, that's it.
No, we're
That's
done
it.
actually.
That's the cheat sheet, and then we're done.
Can we just clarify, sorry, we were just kind of not clear on that 55% single-story remodel. Was that in or out of your recommendation?
Well, it's 55 single story, whether it's a remodel or new construction.
Okay.
No, it's 50
50%.
for
I'm sorry,
new
50.
single
I'm sorry.
story.
This was about
55
Got it,
for
I got it.
remodel.
Okay,
and
so
it
you
always
said
has to be a
that.
single story home.
Okay.
For the remodel.
Thank you.
Yes.
For the remodel.
Your light is,
Yeah, I'm just waiting.
this wasn't, we just did the timing, parking we've done, hillside development is going to be something that's a high priority in the future. ADUs we've addressed, solar access is a high priority in the near future. And a reduction of permit fees and we've covered all that.
And trees.
Yeah, and we will continue that to council.
We're good.
Thank you. Thank you all.
So there's no,
Even though
we
I
don't
know-
need to make any motion.
No. Do we
You-
make a motion?
If you get, there is the resolution of recommendation.
Oh, good point.
So you would need a
So
motion for that.
I'll move the resolution of recommendation with the adjustments that we made, specifically 45% aggregate on 2-story and a 7-foot setback on the roof deck. I think those are the only actual text changes that we made, and everything else was a conceptual recommendation. and and parking located behind the front facade, not at the front facade. And counting compact cars.
Does someone want to second that?
I think one other change was the addition of the 55% for the
Yes, and the
remodel.
55% for the remodel.
I thought we didn't do the 55%.
And the skinny,
We did,
Lots.
for the single-story homes
Single-story
only.
remodel?
And the
And then
skinny,
I just said that, you
Parking.
guys said no.
and skinny parking.
To look at
9-foot garages.
9-foot, something about, and some, this is a very unclear
right.
motion, and something about 9-foot garages, according to Commissioner
Well,
Fresco.
we don't have
Would
to
somebody
list them all,
second-
it's all in the record.
Yeah, we
so-
don't have to
yeah.
repeat it
Okay.
all. We'll
All
probably
right.
get it wrong anyway.
We're just trying to capture it.
Okay, did somebody second that motion?
I'll second if it doesn't include the list.
What? Yeah.
If it just says.
I trust their record more than what we
Yeah.
remember.
Okay, fine.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris.
Yes.
Commissioner McKinnon,
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor,
Yes.
and Chair Lambert.
Yes. Thank you
Thank you.
all. Oh, good point.
Move
We're
to
just gonna go
adjourn.
on for- we can't stop before midnight, no matter what is on the agenda. That's it, right? Are there future commission items anyone wants to discuss? Nope. Okay, then is there a motion to adjourn? Okay, everybody's moved and seconded. Okay. Wow. Well, I know you are.